What is all this crap I left on here? Oh, right. Tommy's power went out. So you all had to listen to Brad talk about Magic the Gathering for at least 15 minutes. And then you all had to find out about my apparent vice that everyone perceived as a bad habit. And I went, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no internet currently. Hold on.
Yeah.
Whoa. We got some issues. Hold on. I know ways to mess with this.
It sounds like you're live again.
I am live again, but it's still choppy. Great. When it rains, it pours with technical issues, I see.
Yeah.
I see this is ordained not to fucking happen. YouTube's like, watch it with those fuck. This is looking like, this might be a YouTube issue. Hello? I got all green. I think I just had to restart OBS, it looks like.
Okay, it looks live.
It's definitely live.
Yeah.
And my bars are green. I don't know how good it'll sound. See, I thought I was the one fatally wounding all of you with the thumbnail. But turns out it was me. I was the one taking the damage. Anyway, hello my fatally wounded friends.
Hi, why did you do this to us, by the way?
Were you following the thumbnails? Did you see what happened? You gotta follow the thumbnail story.
Well, I don't think I understood the last one is the issue.
Yeah, so that is always the issue of I don't know if people can actually see what I've done in them because it's impossible to like test it. I had put a like blurring effect on it that made it look like he was teleporting.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And now you're dead.
Now I'm dead.
Yeah. He stabbed you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You should have, one of the blood splatter should have been you should have made it a red arrow. Triple the viewer count.
This is like anti-view. This is like anti-clickbait. I'm killing the viewer before they can click on the video. Like there's red everywhere, but it's like it's killing them instead rather than wanting them to show up. Anyway, sorry about all that. Some nice bookends here to cause some catastrophe in the middle of what has been a pretty interesting case.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go straight back into that.
Yeah.
I need to turn it back up because I turned it down while we were chatting. So last time, right, we were starting the sob story. We discovered that. Oh god, I might have to be Italian again. The pizza di pasta. Right, so we discovered this guy was wearing a disguise.
Yeah.
This guy was wearing a disguise to look like this guy.
Yeah.
Of which he went by the name Hugh Boon to rent out an apartment, a flat, where Gregson was murdered and found. And I believe we are now simply getting the backstory from Vigil as to why... I'll just read through this.
Yeah, at the very least, why he was masquerading as Hugh Boon.
Yeah, we don't know anything past that. I'm sure we have 8 more hours of this case, because we have to... This is the Reaper case, and we haven't gotten to the Reaper side of everything yet. All right, Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. Chief warder, then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I'm Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boon come from? Boon is... the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagement at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boon, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. Take it away.
A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler. And transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily vigil routine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room.
Men just live like that, Cosmo. What are you talking about? Oh, God.
There was just a chair, a PS4, and a television.
Women see so much wrong with this. I don't understand. I want you all to know, I've been thinking this every stream. I have wanted to name the last, 4 streams White Cosma, but that's, too spoilery of a title.
Right.
So I can't do that just in case it pops up and, someone happens to, that really sticks into their brain somehow and they go to play this game and they're like, White Cosma? Wait. But, because it has 2 meanings with how we've been joking about it.
Yes, yes.
So just know that's what that's what this arc currently is. We are thoroughly in the White Cosma arc.
But that explains it.
But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place?
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them.
Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence a piece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison.
Oh, I've been killing people for that. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
acorn, I'm safe. Very true.
You just had to return to monkey for a little bit. Power goes out, monkey time.
To have kept your family in comfort, despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
Don't even worry about that, though.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I'd met Boon and begun my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity.
Gregson recognized you through the horrific makeup.
Oh my god, he has the lips there, I didn't even notice.
He has the lips there, yeah.
Oh my god.
He's booning.
Well, Gregson was the inspector. He was apparently good at his job.
he was... yeah.
Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
A secret? What was it? I can't tell you.
I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit all Orxies?
Orxies? That's Blork's last name.
Orksy, yeah. Oh, good old Blork. I can't believe I played that whole fucking game as a blue orc. Actually, it was kind of great. I like Blork. Yet I feel nothing when I think of Baldur's Gate 3. It's so strange. It's so strange how you can play a game for like 120 hours and then just be like, okay. So odd. Visit Orxies tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress.
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people.
I mean, Gregson knew what's up. I need more of me.
I need more of me!
Call upon the only bitch I trust. Ring-a-ding-ding.
Oh, man. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. Okay. So he just has Vigil be he's Gregson's alibi. Because Gregson's the one killing people.
Yeah. And I'm gonna go with, It's all gonna come back to Strongheart here, I think.
Yeah.
Like, as we saw at the end of the last game, Gregson, you know, he's a great guy, but he's still a dog of the government.
He's a dog of the government, yeah.
He's a hound, if you will.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been to work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquishes his identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
I was just doing what I asked, dude. Jeez.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker.
In time,
Whoa.
he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him.
So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really...
Yes, it was me.
Yeah, we determined this already.
Acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boon disguise. And then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away.
Wow. The slowest one of those in the entire series. Okay. So now what?
Yeah, like, he didn't even say anything crazy.
Especially when it was just...
Yeah, we
got
know.
to this point because we just said that. We were like, yeah, it was you. Yes, it was me.
Well. It would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Cosmo, what did you mean by this?
What's going on here? Who's our defendant? Oh! Right. Zeke's. Wait. What are you talking about? The guy, like...
Okay, no, Cosmo's right. This means... Because we're defending Zeke's on the murder of Gregson.
Yeah.
All we just managed to establish is that Gregson wasn't at the park. That's all that we managed to establish.
Yeah, that's true. However, we have now established that a fucking master of disguise who owns the apartment gave testimony about it and could have fucking lied.
Of course. But I see what Cosmo's getting at.
Yeah. It would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. What? No?
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi.
They didn't teach me how to do that.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered.
Okay.
At the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector.
Was that our angle? I guess that's what we grasped for. The main angle we were working at was he didn't die. He clearly did not die that day that Zeke's walked in.
Yeah.
I suppose not clearly.
But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me.
Oh, goodness.
Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it.
What? Oh!
Order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven somewhat ironically by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Cosmo?
Yeah, I think so.
Had to have been.
Yeah, I'm not done. Get back in here. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witnesses.
Kazuma?
What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago?
The execution of the professor. Genshin Impact Asogi. Biting my lip, trying not to laugh.
I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man! One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Don't care.
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Word has been spoken.
Does the defense concur, counsel?
Yeah. Are we heading to? Are we heading to Gregson was the one that shot the professor?
Oh, I think that sure. Oh, yeah, I think that makes sense. That's a good call. I didn't even think about that.
Someone had to do it. Sorry, I didn't even read the last line. Kazuma. You're not yourself. Oh, I guess you are. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father. I know. I do understand that. But even so... Mr. Vigil, I need you to tell me the events that transpired leading up to the end of service of Genshin Asogi. Tell us why it happened. Prosecutor Asogi. Yo. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? Yeah.
I need you to trust me. Please.
Alright. Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. Well, you see, after they put in Aloy...
God.
The truth is...
Fucking Aloy's in that game.
Sony wasn't happy, and they wanted more. So then they put it in NAC.
It would probably sell more than Aloy.
I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role out of the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy.
Uh-huh. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Huh? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know.
The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily.
Yet so indomitable.
Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Huh? Sorry, the human spirit.
I don't. When were condoms invented? I don't think they wrap it up in this good Christian society, Kazuma.
Oh, they've had condoms for a while.
Wow.
They're made out of entrails.
Yeah, but they're good Christians. You don't wrap that shit. Sorry, the human spirit? Weren't the ghosts in the last case? What are you talking about?
I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't.
Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it! Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out. One way or another.
Unsheathes both swords. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth. At any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Yeah, I think I'm gonna present the evidence. I have no idea how this is going to go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. Should be this? Yep. Yeah.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Well, yes.
Wrong. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition.
Well, yes, of course. Why?
Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before?
No. No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment.
A dismissal notice?
And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What? What?
Ow.
It's mine. So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay.
No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it?
If you are forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil! It's time to break the seal and have you remember! According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison.
The 17th of June.
Was that the professor's execution?
Professor.
As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings.
It does sound familiar.
And yet, that execution never took place! The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave.
The convict came back to life.
In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. Probably two, actually. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yes.
Yees.
Yes.
Like hypnotized.
Being as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down.
My memories are these?
Yeah.
Well,
Gum time.
Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up!
We're just we're just talking at this guy until he succumbs.
He's gonna turn into the Hound. He's got the transform into
No,
werewolf.
No, he's about to transform, I think. Mr. Vigil? It's gonna be like Alba at the end of Investigations.
Yes. The whole prison. It was complete chaos.
Chaos.
The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery.
Were you, like, hypnotized? What the fuck is happening here?
The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane.
What? What?
Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
Were they ever gone? Stop with this.
My head. I need my pills from Sensei.
It's like some floodgates have been opened. The images. The screams.
Oh, the horror. Oh my goodness.
The papers! There were reports, articles, about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yeah. Yeah, we know him. Enoch Driver.
Yeah, we know. Yeah. But surely these
was
reports
standing there a couple of
were
days ago.
exaggerated.
Judge, what are you talking about?
There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood.
Blood.
Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
Bailiff, get my popcorn.
I reviewed the police records from that time extensively. And a thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Oh, no shit.
You
You needed a team of people to figure that one out?
That a warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. Oh my god. What he just said. His dad wasn't the professor. He was just the guy in the professor's grave. And obviously, what's her name? We think it's him because that's what the wax sculpture was, but she just sculpted what the guy's head looked like.
Sorry, what are you talking about? She clearly, she was looking at a dead body of a Japanese guy.
Right, but he just said, I used the mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. It's two different people.
We got more secret Japanese, is what you're telling me?
Not necessarily Japanese, but well, let's.
You're thinking the real professor is not Asogi, is what you're getting
Asogi
at.
was in prison, and they used this to get him to help him escape, but he might not be the mass murderer.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I mentioned something along those lines last stream. Yeah. Okay.
One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
You guys make me dizzy. What was the voice I did for this guy?
He's just Scottish.
Sorry, Daily. This is a serious business, but I cannot help you now. No. No. I cannot help you now. Help you now. As Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of 4, eh? Well, seems the fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. Better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I do, The professor. The most hated killer in our country's history.
What the fuck is this?
And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life. It's over.
Oh. Cool. You've done it, Kazuma. Excellent work.
Order! Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once.
Nice, I did good here. This is Kazuma.
Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
Okay.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Cool. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family. Not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Runo! Oh! Iris! You were miles away! Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh! Thanks! You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Yeah. Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom, back into the defendant's antechamber, he'd disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. You saying that? You ever say that to you? But the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? When the fuck has he said that, Iris? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. Has he solved anything this game? What has he actually solved? Everything? Nothing? Schrodinger's Sholmes. But that's what I like about early after all. I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I've finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, where we're the main characters. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes said no one ever. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. All right.
See, he is solving a problem, though. He's solving the only problem that matters, which is his own boredom. As long as he's entertained.
Hold on, connections spiking again. Give it a sec.
Okay.
I think we're good. Can we examine the onions yet? Damn it. Well, you know, I guess we could talk to Susato. What do we got? If it was like about other things, I would do it, but this morning's trial. So, how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody! Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development, too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. Alright, that was my angle. That's right, he's possessed by his dead dad.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to that one. I threw a couple of Hail Marys and I've already forgotten them all. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. The Reaper's innocence. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zeeks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes. You would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Oh, do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear. That sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Gregson's movements. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Yeah, then Sholmes would have died, you're right. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. What? People suddenly became aware of food analogies and now you can't make them anymore? Fuck you people! Literally the most relatable thing on the planet! Fuck off! Well anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Mr. Vigil's condition. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
Shit, you're right.
Shit, you're right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one? Oh, you're never gonna believe this. Ah, it's St. Sinners. Wait. Actually, I don't remember. Is that the same one?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that the only one we've been to?
I think that's the one we've been to. They've mentioned another one. I forgot. It's just an actual hospital in London. I forgot, but I think that's the one we've been to. Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder if all other hospitals in London have closed down. But that's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have. By accident. And trauma. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. What? No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. And then he attempted to dismiss himself from this plane of existence. Oh, sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more! For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregson? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Ugh. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor. And to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then. Alright, bye, Iris. Bye! Oh, God. Well, we'll go down the list. No arguments, Professor. I almost said Professor Asogi. That would be like the most offensive fucking thing you could say to him. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama! Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. Why do you keep coming here? Get out of my fucking office, Jesus. Bailiff, lock the door. On your way now, Asogi.
My lord.
Stabs you.
Ah.
Hey, man. What's up, dude? Kazuma?
Cosmodus.
He left without saying a word. Why do you all keep coming here? Yes? What? What are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43.
Hang on, Alex, might be losing internet again.
YouTube's having some fucking problems, because you're talking to me right now, right?
Yeah, you're robotic-y and...
Yep.
Keep talking?
I'm talking. Yeah, I'm having issues, it looks like. It looks like my whole internet is trying to completely crap out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That's weird.
Yeah, because there's like Discord packet loss every now and again. It's usually not like a huge issue. It'll just like pause for like 5 seconds or something.
Yeah.
But I just happened to check the YouTube stream and it had looked like it maybe was not loading properly.
No, I had something obscuring it. I'll keep a better eye on it. We're good now though. Yeah. Sorry guys. It has nothing to do with my internet, it seems. Or maybe I'm getting like a big packet loss or something from the Wi-Fi, and that's just causing it to like plummet like that. But luckily I can just hit stop and start, and it seems to pick it back up where it needs to be. So I will try and keep a better eye on that, just in case. I don't know how much we missed, but we walked in with Strongheart.
Yeah, it was just whatever these 2 lines Strongheart said were.
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Then he starts counting. Okay. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Alright. The Reaper. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? Doesn't matter. I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next morning he fought. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful! The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believe Lord Van Zieks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And in the Genshin, impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Yes, and we're gonna make sure he gets executed this time, whoever it is. Or will we? Precisely. Closed trial. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the Professor's. The trial of Genshin Impact Asogi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. But the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Really, you don't say. I'd like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe it. As with the giant clock here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these great gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of the great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something with which you need concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my! That's a long time. Yeah, I know. And I hold you entirely responsible. All 3 hours? Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi.
Illegal, but okay.
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, it's cool. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. He's in the office. Oh, okay, thanks. Later, bitch. Cosmo's my best friend in the world, apparently, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Social link reversed.
No. Nice. God, he just stole Van Zeke's room?
Where else is he gonna go? It is pretty messed up, though. He's fucking prosecuting this guy.
Yeah. Oh my.
Who makes these?
Wait a minute.
Who made this?
I assume Van Zeke's made the first one. But now it's like...
Who made this?
I guess Cosmo made it.
They hire a dude and he just makes them. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Cosmo-sama is doing so well for himself.
Just murder, just send your boss to jail to move up in the world.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Seiza style wherever he's working.
Well, he was forced to sit there by Van Zeke's.
Well, it looks like our journey here was wasted. Prosecutor appears to be out. Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first? Edgeworth? No.
Did the painting change?
No.
I thought the face was clear last time.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Okay.
Let's see, what have we here? Mr. Naruhodo. It would be very underhand to glean information from Kazuma-sama's office while he's absent. Well, we do, lady. We should wait until he's here before we start nosing around. Oh, yeah, alright.
Not to dissociate again.
Yeah, not this shit again. He's reading the book in metaphor.
Yeah.
He's like, what is this fucking book saying? It's just detailing our world, kind of. That book is so fucking funny. Like the like utopia thing in metaphor from Moore's book that your character's reading, because it's so written from a Japanese perspective. Because it's like there's one tribe that exists, and it's like Well,
I think it's more so that it's a little tongue in cheek, where it's like, this should be how our world works. But
yeah, there should be one race. You're right. I mean,
what the... No.
I mean, that's what I'm seeing. But yeah. No, you're right, Tommy. We should all live in Japan. Wow. Lord Van Zeeks is reading a book. Iris, when did you get here? You weren't with us in the last places.
Wait, what the hell?
When did you get here? He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? Iris is gonna melt this man. But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Yo. Hey, I'm your lawyer. Get over here.
If I ignore them, they'll leave.
Hey guys, what's up?
What do you Nipponese want?
She's English.
Yeah,
hey! That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Fuck. Fuck.
Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
In every other language besides English, Metaphor script does say race and not tribe. Yeah. Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. What is that thing?
I must say, I was impressed.
Now? You're impressed now? It took 9 cases? However many we fought each other in? Oh, well, thank you.
Not by you. By your fellow Nipponese. Your prosecutor friend.
No one has an eye for anything. Like, fuck off, man. Cosmo was fucking bumbling the whole time. That man had absolutely no fucking panache as a prosecutor. You failed him miraculously. I'm sorry, spectacularly. Oh, I see. Yes.
It's sardonic, don't you think?
No, I don't know what that means.
For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years.
Played the part? The Reaper's identity. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London.
If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything?
But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone's using you!
Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
The organization. Like 13? It's a whole organization?
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
Oh, but I do. It's taken me many years, but I have finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization.
Yeah.
Tobias Gregson.
Yeah. No! No! Gregson? The Reaper? Gregson's secret. So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because...
His cornucopia required human sacrifice.
But it had to be evil people.
It had to be evil people.
He was voracious. It was unending. Sorry. So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper?
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper.
Okay.
But the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Alright, more Hail Marys. Sholmes.
Sholmes, yeah, sure. I mean, I was just about to say, the list is getting fucking smaller.
The list is really small.
The assassin, because that would be, maybe, but that's, weird if he's doing the dirty work.
Barry's on the table.
Barry's on the table, sure.
But, it's Sholmes, Strongheart, and Barry.
Matchstick girl.
She couldn't do anything wrong. No, she's fine.
She's killing criminals. That's not, doing anything wrong.
No, I'm talking about who killed Gregson.
Oh, I was trying to identify, because if I was trying to figure out who the assassin was.
I think it's irrelevant. It is ultimately the...
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Now that they've established that Gregson was the heart of the operation, it doesn't matter who actually was killing people.
That's fair.
He was effectively killing people.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but who killed Gregson? Yeah, that's a good point. That is
the list is now Sholmes, Strongheart, and Barry.
Barry, yeah.
And that's it.
Or
Zeke's actually did it.
In the previous case.
yeah. Oh yeah, no, you're right. The coroner's daughter is on the list. Oh no, they can't do it twice, can they? Oh my god, could you imagine? Yeah, we haven't met Maria yet. Well, formally. I don't, dude, I swear to God, I want people to be on the left here as the button. That's why I keep doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why that keeps happening, everyone.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I've not processed where the people button is.
The people.
Where's the autopsy report? Because then I always go to click the middle button here for examine for some reason. Yeah. Maria Gori. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then.
Oh, that was me. Just to be clear.
Oh, okay, never mind. I guess fuck all that discussion we just had for 2 minutes.
Actually, I do have a name.
Yeah, it's Zeke's. You don't have to tell us.
It's Zeke's.
You... What? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or... if I can name the woman.
Okay.
Venus the matchstick seller.
Dude, Venus the matchstick seller. Come on, hit me with it. Oh. Alright. Iris is the Reaper. Come on.
She's a young woman by the name of Asashin. Oh,
yeah. Not Asian. Assassin. Fuck you.
That is a double entendre. That's amazing.
No chance, dude. Okay.
That's amazing.
Well, she's dead. I think. Maybe.
Gears turning. Who just died? Post the start of this game.
Who just died? Who has died?
Right. Post the start of this game.
Mm.
No, she would have been fucking in Japan when fucking what's his name died. Miguel did.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she would have been in Japan when Miguel died.
Well, Miguel was killed by the JoJo dude.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah. It was
right. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes,
I don't blame you. That was the through line of the first game was 3 and 5
right.
was connecting McGilded to JoJo Man.
God, that's weird because that's like our example of
the Reaper at play. Even though it's fucking not. We've never actually seen this. The only thing we've worried about is that it's been alluded to in that Gregson, well, if you remember, Gregson's like, we got to get to France. We got to get to party.
Right. Right.
Because someone's
Lestrade was at risk, and potentially Sosaki was at risk, and Hairbrain was at risk. Like everyone was worried about those three, but the only person we saw die was McGilded, who wasn't killed by the Reaper. Okay.
Right. So now the question
Wilson,
is, was Wilson
a Reaper target?
Was Wilson a Reaper target? And was Soseki a Reaper target? That was thwarted by Many Memo.
Guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
But also, is a Shin a title? It's more of like a pseudonym for just whoever is this assassin.
It's literally just assassin. Sure.
It's literally assassin. But like, is the woman in Japan different from whoever the killer is here?
Sure, that's a good point.
Why not? They're masked killers, right? They're just assassins. They don't need proper identity. Here we go. We just had this whole conversation. They're gonna lay it out right now.
I know. I'm fucking amazingly impressed by the Ashin to Asashin. That's amazing.
She's a young woman by the name of Asashin. Wait, what? Shin? The secret Japanese.
Oh my god, she is the secret. Well, I guess we didn't know that.
We knew this.
Yeah.
That she planted this seed.
Catalyst,
of our paranoia. Miss Asashin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Iris, she killed your dad. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. And just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, a mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Huh?
What?
Did she kill my daddy? Asashin, I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree.
I wish I could let my father know. Why did I say that? Cosmodes. Wait, no.
Deska.
Cosmodeska. Cosma Sugi. You said he's a friend of yours.
I guess. Yeah, my best friend.
Wait, I thought I
No.
Oh
What-
god,
what?
this is awkward.
No. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, Ryunosuke says it's his best friend, and I'm curious if this is like a translation thing, but like, no. Like, Ryunosuke's current best friends are Iris and Susato. Those are his homies. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him, even though he actually kind of sucks at his job, I think.
Yes. I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed everything.
He just completely off the fucking mark, it felt.
In fact, his fumbled performance very much reminded me
Of his shit-ass father.
of his shitty father.
his shit-ass lawyer of a father. Henshin Impact Asogi. The professor.
It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
I see.
That's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zeeks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life?
Right, what was my Hail Mary? Oh, right. My Hail Mary was, it's actually Clint, and then Asogi takes the fall with him. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I brought that up last time.
In spite of having once saved mine.
Or would you say I'm postulating things that will not come true?
Yeah, just why... He's like, I understand why Asogi killed all the fucking corrupt guys. Why'd he kill my brother? Especially when I know he's a good person because he saved my life.
Yeah. He saved your life? How did that happen? Saving your life.
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night.
In a cemetery outside Barclay Prison.
What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
Yeah, Van Zeeks has earned the title of a tragic racist. I mean, like, obviously, it's a very sensitive subject here in the United States and stuff, the institutionalized racism, but, like, hey, man, I kind of get it. If these are the only... If you live in an isolated world where you never see other races and then one comes along and murders everyone, you're not gonna have a good outlook on those people. I get it. So Clint Van Zeeks had already been killed at this point then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour.
He kept talking about how much he loved open world games. I didn't get it.
Clearly the paved streets of London.
More like a dungeon. Much better. Better designed.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ, my cat just jumped on the piano and scared the shit out of me.
It's getting spooky, bitch.
Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden, Wolfman. I'm calling Wolfman. Somebody's a werewolf. Don't make a peep. You're coming with us.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. Did you hear?
No, your cat?
No, I was talking to my sister.
Oh.
We were surrounded.
And Genshin's got that Genshin's got that ring on that Vigil's wearing?
Maybe he stole it.
Laser vision activates. Burns hole through monitor.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Flint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Like, I zoomed in on the ring, because it's like, his hand looks like it's getting, like, shoved into Zeke's stomach, and I'm like, oh, that looks funny. Wait, what the fuck is that? Yeah, it's Van Zeke's alright. We've got him.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come.
If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me.
It was Asogi's voice. Just a whisper in my ear.
He deflected the bullets.
Holy shit, did he deflect the bullets? After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me.
He grabbed it.
Watch me, senpai. That's all I can remember him saying.
I didn't know what those words meant, but I loathed them. How dare he act like he cared?
2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever. The Professor.
My friend Thomas, I'm starting to have my doubts.
I
don't know about you.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Zeke's kind of sold it there. He had a sword and everything. Think about it.
But he protected him. How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Can I have a hug? I mean, get away from me, damn it.
That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
They're all just sitting there like, yeah, cool. That's nice. Asashin? What the fuck? Well, thank you for confiding in me.
I wasn't confiding in you, I was telling Sasato.
And Iris. She's cute. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father! I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! Oh boy. Here it comes. Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then.
What?
Alright, see you, man. Yo, can I get like a Coke when you come back? Yeah, man, I got
well,
you.
There's Waterloo, carbonated water.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Thanks, dude. Alright, see you. Thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room there, though, wouldn't you say? Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. I gotta be honest, this guy's been on the fucking box art of this game and the thumbnails this entire time, and he's in like the foreground. Like, he's close. I just thought it was Wilson the whole time.
Oh my god.
It was Miko Toba in a suit. And
yeah, that's fair. No, that's, yeah.
Yep, he's right there next to Ryunosuke. Like, right above Iris. And it's like, oh, no, Wilson's in the back with the sus characters. Ah, father!
Ah!
Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? Oh, lovely! Oh, what a charming young lady.
Uh-oh.
And you are?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh! Oh. Hey. Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you? That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know?
She tells me everything and never lies.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. That's where we live. Oh, is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo. It was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery. After I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh! Well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? No, Kazuma sucked. Like, fuck, man. You didn't miss a step against Asogi. And we all know how capable he is, apparently. Really. To have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. Have you seen what I've been through?
Your fortune is fire. Like,
it's very kind of you to say so. Like, I'm a fucking walking excavator, man. Shit gets unearthed when I'm around. Honestly, we joked about this in the first game. How Ryunosuke hasn't been assassinated yet? No clue. He is a fucking threat.
It's because the first thing he did was take out the assassin.
That's true. That's true. They didn't have their fucking muscle.
You were playing 3D chess. I was playing 3DS.
Literally. That was really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. You need to continue the bloodline. I need you. Oh my god, he's what's his name? Fuck. The dude in Naruto. That needed to get Hinata together with Naruto to produce the strongest children on the planet.
It's just your dad's name.
Hiyashi or something like that.
Yeah,
oh yeah. It was like Heihachi, not Heihachi, like Heihachi or something. Hyuga. I don't remember. But yeah, the plan. That's what Mikotoba's doing. He's trying to foster a bloodline of the strongest lawyer ever.
Yeah, Hiyashi Hyuga.
Hiyashi Hyuga.
Yeah.
Dude, my brain is full of Destiny guns in Naruto names.
Characters, yeah.
It's fucking weird. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh! No, you did mention something, didn't you? You never told me, though. But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Oh, killing more people.
Yeah,
I don't trust any of these people. About the Reaper. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course. When I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right. He didn't appear until after the case, when the visiting student had already returned home. Lord Van Zeeks, who was in the dock today. That was Barok, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe. That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Asashin, in fact. I beg your pardon. Did you just say Asashin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Yeah.
Oh no! A friend of yours was killed. Professor Mikotoba, I think we shouldn't discuss that right now.
Oh no.
Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. That's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Anyway, Dr. Wilson's death. I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking bit. That's really funny. That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes! You just try to leave me behind. Excellent work, Sussy. So that young girl. It's called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories, starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year. By Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about the case. but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Fuck! Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. Really? But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
Interesting.
So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes.
They,
We're back with cinnamon biscuits. Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Yeah, I'm glad they reiterated that a little. Because it is like, why didn't they just tell Iris? And it's like, well, they don't
We don't know.
for sure. Like, it's
Yeah.
like, it's very likely, but it's like, it'd be rough to tell this girl her dad died when we don't know 100% that it was her dad.
And it's good now that they're talking about it because it's like you need to, even if it does end up being her dad, it's good to sow the doubt.
Yeah, yeah.
Very important. That's, as we've talked about, that's the important part of mystery, is making you unsure. Not tricking you or subverting you, it's making you unsure. Even though if you can pull off that other stuff, it's great. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty.
Guilty! Ha ha ha!
But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since morning either.
Dead.
Come on, dead. Criminal. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. Place your bets now. Who is Iris's father? Me. I'm adopting her. Easy. I win. Shit, it was rigged. You had no chance. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself. Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Nice.
I mean, that dude was like 6'7", so yeah. Oh my. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. Incriminating evidence, where is it? Looking.
Yeah, let's see.
Wow. Damn, Ryunosuke looking huge there. Look at the definition on his chest.
He's been, it's the stress. It's making him stronger.
He has been flexing nonstop.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has the pain in his chest has moved into his muscles. Reminds me of the buff Phoenix Wright image. Hold on, let me find it real quick.
I mean, just any image of Phoenix.
Yeah, no, there's one in particular. It's this one. This is eugenics right here at play, everyone. Miko Tova is so happy in the corner there because he knows what's coming down the line. Yeah, that or you got this one also. Dude, you look huge. But let's not forget his rival in all of this.
Yeah.
Huge worth.
Oh my god, he's ginormous.
That's great. That's great. That might be the best Edgeworth image.
That image is amazing.
It's pretty fucking incredible. But how does it compare to evil pussy eating Phoenix right there?
You don't like this image.
Yeah, you don't like it? I don't know what's not to like. I don't know what's wrong with you people.
It's like it's his eyes that are the issue. They don't look right.
I don't know what you're talking about. Do I have any other huge dudes in here? Yeah, I don't have any like ginormous gumshoes, unfortunately. Damn. Oh, what a lovely picture. Post the fucking Phoenix picture again. Certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain." This has been added to the core record. Oh boy. So we're gonna find a piece of clothing that's gonna match up with something that like Seishiro's wearing then. Photograph taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel on the morning of Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shigoku's arrival in London for the symposium.
I tried to look up big gumshoe images and I got fetish porn.
Like, what kind of fetish are we talking here? Just Bara gumshoe? Because there's an infinite number of that.
No, I don't consider that a fetish. This is like fetish stuff.
Okay. Well, he's got like a diaper on and he's like inflated.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, yeah. I can at least see the through line there for him. Unfortunately. Sad to say, but he does give off the air of a man-child now, doesn't he? Anyway, pals, none of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No, that's so true. The favor. So you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Yes, it's about my eugenics project. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
Why?
You want me to do... What? Father! What's the meaning of this? I like this pose from this angle.
That's the
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean the Supreme Court of Judicature? The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London for a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. So... You'd be leaving then, Runo? Oh. But then what am I supposed to do, Father? I just got back! You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
just do that.
Oh, yes. She's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Fuck, dude.
Lawyer NTR.
Yeah.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how to best deal with his situation, though. What's with the SIM cards on the floor there? You see that? They look like SIM cards. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment. In this matter also. Father! Please. The pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it. And come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes. All right. You won't leave, will you, Runo? The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive. So... where does that leave me? In the fucking thick of it all, dude.
Yeah, it is kind of rough.
This is your fucking world, Ryunosuke. Don't forget that. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministries and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin. It sounds better when you say it Asashin rather than Asashin.
Right.
Asashin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh, good. Please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And... give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes. I will. Going back home? You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes. No doubt. Asashin. Is this Sholmes? He just show up?
Oh, sure.
Meh.
Of course. It's so obvious.
Yeah.
How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Mr. Sholmes? Haley, where have you been? Where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency.
Mine? To Japan, you mean? Every time I see Japan, I think of the moment in Haikyuu where Hinata sees oh my god, he has two fucking names. Ushiwaka, I think, is...
Ushiwaka, yeah. No,
Yeah.
I get 100%.
The-
I think the exact same thing every time.
It's such a fucking
Japan.
funny scene because it's like they don't call it Japan in Japan, but since the character they're talking about is like posed to be an Olympic athlete.
Yeah, he's on the All Japan team.
Yeah, the All Japan team. He sees it and goes, Japan!
Japan. Yes, I need to tell my
Wakatoshi Ushijima. Oh, sorry.
Ushijima. Okay.
Yeah, Wakatoshi Ushijima.
When we call him Ushiwaka, that's
Yeah,
funny.
well, that's what they call him.
Oh, they
Yeah.
do call him that.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God. You all should stop whatever you're doing right now and go read Haikyuu. It's much more important than anything I'm saying or will be reading to you all. This will be here. You never know when Haikyuu might just disappear. Even though it is more likely for my channel to get nuked off the face of the planet than for Manga Dex to lose Haikyuu. But you never know, so you might as well go read it.
I think I told you
watch
this
it.
time last year that I was going to read it and I didn't do it. I'm sorry.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you because then, you know, well, we didn't finish Jujutsu Kaisen yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't doing anything to let me mad, of course.
Yeah, and then you know Dandadan's pretty good, so I might read that once it's over.
Have you been watching Bleach, by the way?
I haven't.
There's 3 episodes for that.
Yeah, I need to do that. Anyway, Sholmes needs to send a telegram to Japan.
Yeah, I need to tell my assassin their next hitman, their next target.
Yeah.
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well, my father has just left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. Fuck, I wasn't paying attention.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
And a Japanese. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. Now this is funny. Now this is funny. This one takes this one. You gotta
Wait.
know.
Yeah, it's like backwards too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like whoa.
That's
Hige.
the Hige.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this sent.
Don't worry, Sholmes. I shaved last night.
Oh.
Then what's all over your face? Grant smirks at the audience. I will, but what is it? What did you hand me?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mrs. Sato. All we can do is pray. That for once, my deduction is awry.
Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? I don't think that...
How then? You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees.
Settees and eavesdrop in other people's conversations. Yeah, okay. I don't know what
no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
So that's what joining us for tea meant.
I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows.
Teleported. Oh no, we're about to get wait! Mr. Sholmes! He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
Got more people to murder.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
Son of a bitch.
I'm killing that bastard. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab. Straight away. No, not again. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. I was not handed evidence there, right? No. Well, I was handed this. Right, this is, yeah, this is nuts. I mean, there's not much to go off here, right? Like, we got, buttons, we got a briefcase.
But, like, I'm thinking maybe their tie
their ties are distinct, that's very distinct, and we have a fan. And that's pretty much it, so... I don't think that one will...
Yeah, like, it's...
Could be an alibi picture. For some reason.
Sure.
We were all here.
Judge is gonna be missing a button. We're gonna find the button.
Yeah.
Some shit like that.
Okay. God, what else? We went there. We've not been back here. Good. Keep that place in mind though, in case we do need to go there. Crazy, they only have one room in this whole place. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again.
Oh yeah? Hello again.
Stop. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? No.
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better.
So sorry to have caused you to. I mean, it was because of me. And not Kazuma.
And not the guy who was pushing for it, demanding it.
If I hadn't exposed your secrets and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget. Yeah, we had the evidence for it, but still. You got that ring on.
Got that ring on me.
Well, you see, I was in a gay relationship with the man in prison.
Oh my god!
And he gave me this ring out of love. How lovely. Love prevails always.
The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him.
Oh. Cosmo beat us to it.
He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself.
Please, don't think like that.
Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal? I mean, it was traumatic, and then he was living a double life. That'd fuck with anyone's head.
No, it's pretty believable.
Yeah.
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along, then.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago! It wasn't me! I swear it! I swear it's true!
Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened?
I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
Let's take a break.
Yep.
I'll just leave this image on for you all. And all right, yep, be right back. Ah.
I return. Wah.
All right. Well, glad I haven't had any connection issues
Yeah.
since the beginning.
By the way, happy to any Atlas fan out there, which is probably none of you really.
Atlas?
Yeah, they're a company that makes games. They're weird games though.
Oh, I thought oh, the only Atlas I know is the Greek Titan.
Right. But happy
But, yeah,
happy Majin Tensei 2 Spiral Nemesis Day.
Uh-huh.
It is the image I sent earlier, where it's you're in a way now. It's October 21st, 2024.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it's funny. So I sent this to my sister, right? Because she's in Tokyo right now, right? And then I look up Majin Tensei 2, right? And it more or less came out the day she was born.
Okay.
Which is kind of funny. It came out February 19th, 1995. But that's Japan February 19th, so there's like February 18th here.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
And it's got Maji in the title, which is her handle.
That's her handle, yeah. There. Is this a fucking tactics game? I know nothing about this game you're talking
I never
about.
heard of this game before, and it's the second one.
Yeah, what's it called again?
Majin Tensei 2. M-A-G or
Yeah.
M-A-J-I-N.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, it's a strategy game. How about that? It's a spin-off of Megami Tensei. There's been a couple of them. Huh.
How many Monster Hero Sakurais does it have?
Damn, this almost got... This almost could have been weirder, where Majin Tensei 1 was released on January 28th, 1994.
Sure.
Which, I wasn't born in 94, but still, it would have been funny. Close enough. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know Alice had ever made a strategy game. Not that I could. I don't think they ever released outside of Japan. Yeah, no. That's cool. Anyway, another day of prophecy has come true.
Yeah, exactly.
As it goes. I have a quick story. So the other night, so my basement is currently being, my first floor, I should say, is currently being
Renovated?
Renovated. Yeah, I was gonna say refurbished, but it's like, yeah, it's being renovated. All the drywall has to be taken down because it got flooded. It's just gonna be moldy forever unless you get rid of it, right?
Yeah.
So some things, the ecosystems that have lived in that basement undisturbed for 25 years are now being shaken, which is having some adverse effects on my living situation. Not much, but my bathroom has some broken drywall in it because we never finished putting the trim back in when we were first renovating that bathroom 5 or 6 years ago because we're lazy pieces of shit who live in this house. And who the fuck wants to try and put drywall behind the toilet? Fuck, that's annoying, right?
Yeah.
So, but the fucking tile actually needs to be reworked in that room because I'm going to be sitting on that toilet one day and the tile is going to collapse below me, which will be funny. Anyway, so I get out of the shower. It was a great shower. I was just playing Metaphor, and I was thinking about how much I love the one of my favorite parts of Metaphor is when you are the moments where you just hang out somewhere with Gallica, like you do like one of the wisdom things in the town, and you just hang out with her. And I was like, oh, that's so lovely. So I was in a good mood. And I get out of the shower, and unfortunately, because we have an illegally rigged shower head, the water gets fucking everywhere, and it gets kicked up onto the step. So when I get out of the shower, I have to like, I push some of the water back in, basically, from this caulked dam that I've developed out of silicone caulk. So I push it back in, and I have 2 towels sitting on my shower. One to dry off after a shower, and one I use to then dry the step a bit, so that it doesn't, like, you know, overflow into the broken tile that seeps down into the basement and then produces water damage in the ceiling. It's a whole operation, right? I also have that towel there, though, for when I'm sitting on the toilet for 50 hours and my legs get cold, so I want to keep them warm, right? So I grab this towel, and something falls out of it. And I go, whoa, that thing was pretty big. I didn't, like, see it exactly. I'm like, that thing was kind of big. That was a big-ass cockroach. I haven't seen a big-ass cockroach in a while. Guess that's not surprising. 2 frames later, I go, that was a fucking spider. In all my years of living here, I have never seen a spider of what I would consider large size to be in this house.
If you thought it was a cockroach, that's fairly large for this area.
I then look behind the toilet, and I see where it's hiding. It hasn't run back into the drywall. And I see it, and I'm like, oh, I can see features on this thing.
Oh my god.
This thing's big. It was, you know, it might have been like 2 inches across or something. That's big for a spider. So now I'm like, oh, great. It's also brown. And I go, I don't know much of spiders, but I think we have brown recluses around here, and those things will fucking hurt you. So now I'm nervous. I just got out of the shower. I'm sweating. I'm heated up. And I've now had to enter hunter mode. I'm looking for, like, insecticide or something I could, like, spray in the area that it would go.
Yeah.
To like, fend this thing off. I put a towel up against the drywall to hope to deter it. And my dad actually goes in there at some point because he wakes up every 2 fucking hours in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and then goes back to sleep. But I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to. I'm on edge. That was a big ass spider. It's probably not gonna hurt me, but now it lives in my bathroom. So I'm trying to think of, like, how I could deal with this fucking thing. If it's gonna come around. I cannot find. I know my mom had some, like, insecticide around. nothing too crazy, but like something that would like upset it, right? That might deter it. Even if it's not gonna kill it, it might smell it or get near it and be like, oh, that kills things. Let me not get near that. Or it, you know, it fucks it up to slow it down or something. I'm also like, I thought about grabbing just a cup of water to throw on it. You splash the bitch, slows it down, right? I'm like, fuck. And I'm like walking in and out. It's like 7 a.m. or something. And then and then I look back in there and it's just fucking standing on that step of the shower I was talking about. And I'm like, oh, this thing didn't run. This thing has claimed my shower as its domain. So I grabbed my duct tape staff. Have I talked about this thing on stream ever?
Wait. Domain,
domain destruction. Get out of here.
Malevolent shower.
Yeah, malevolent shower. Malevolent drywall.
Yeah, malevolent bathroom.
And I gotta go look at this thing. I'm like, this thing's fucking scary. Fuck. So I grab my shoes and I experienced something I've never had to deal with. This thing can see me from really far away. And I went, oh, fuck, it can see me. So it knows to start running really fucking early. And I'm like, fuck. And it runs back towards the drywall. And I'm like, so it's like on the side of the step. And I'm like, I have to now like jam myself between I have my shoes on my hands at this point, right? I have to like jam myself.
Start playing, like.
Wait, what?
Did Gwendolyn's theme start playing?
Yeah, no, I'm in a fucking Monster Hunter fight suddenly with how this thing's running around. And I'm like holding my breath. Like, I am halfway in the shower at this point with my right arm around the glass, trying to get at an angle because the toilets are right next to the shower for me to be able to like bat this thing. And I'm like inches away from it and I'm like, this isn't gonna work. I'm not gonna be able to kill this thing from this angle. I'm not going to get a clean hit on this thing. It's not going to happen. So I back off. And as I'm backing off and I get out of the shower and something possesses it to now... I'm clean out of the shower, right? I'm like back in the doorway. Something possesses it to run into the shower. No, I go, fuck, yes! I grab my fucking staff. I'm okay. Back in like 2nd grade in Boy Scouts, they handed me this pristine piece of wood that I was supposed to make like a walking stick out of. Over the course of the next couple of years, I would bind it with masking tape and duct tape to turn it into like a weapon.
Yeah, you're fucking staff.
Yeah, it's my fucking, and I kill bugs with it in this house. I have killed cockroaches with this thing. I have slammed a cockroach so hard with it one time that all of its guts spewed out onto the kitchen and it was disgusting. And this thing in the corners of on like the middle corners of my shower, I have these like corner plates that you put the shampoo on and stuff. It gets underneath this thing and I go SOL Finn. Oh it's God. Fucking over and I slam this fucking thing. It falls to the ground. It wasn't a clean hit because it was like wedged in the corner. I couldn't exactly get like a perfect swing up, but it falls to the fucking ground and it skitters about in the shower. And I take the butt of the staff, and I just slam the staff down onto it. And I pick it up, and I look at this fucking thing, and I'm like, I was like, this spider was kind of big. And I was like, I've never had to fucking kill a spider before. So now I have duct taped up that drywall, and we have spider killer, because I'm fucking scared, because I don't want to deal with that again. So yeah, a little dramatic, I know. But shit, man. I got lucky that thing actually... It thought it was its domain, but no. Domain expansion, duct tape staff. No, like, it was like a hunt. It was weird. Normally, it's just like, the cockroaches run away. Every now and then, we get a lot of baby lizards in the house for some reason.
Yeah, it just happens. That's Florida.
One night before I was going to bed, I pull my sheets open, move my pillows, or like I adjust my pillows back, There's just a spider, not a spider, a little baby lizard on my bed, where my head will go. And I go, hey buddy, you're a little lost. And I just, I just grab a cup, I take one of my drumsticks, and I just put it in there, take it outside. No problem. Spider, though, those things are active. Yeah, I didn't look up what kind of spider it was, because I was not in the mood to look at more spiders after that. But anyway, that's my mundane spider story that people probably have to deal with every single day where they live somewhere.
Yeah.
God forbid I ever see a centipede. I think I would know to, like, bat its head. Just, like, you have to, like, tap it or throw it in a bag or something. No, it's tongs. You grab it with tongs is the trick with a centipede. Anyway. I didn't mean for that story to go on so long, but it happened. All right, Gregson's request.
Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about.
Oh, I was afraid we were going to get a mold story, actually. My brother is, like, really scared of mold. I think I was talking about this in one of the other streams. Yeah, no, nothing up here. I'm fine up here. Apart from whatever mold probably already exists in the house that has been for years and has been killing me slowly.
No, it's yeah.
You Shogun Eye.
Don't live in Florida. Like,
it's not great. Yet it's all I know. Anyway, details on the Reaper's marks, yes.
It was when he had to carry out those investigations. But I would take his identification and impersonate him.
You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf?
Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha.
Hoo-ha!
Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes.
So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud?
That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me.
Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. That's a good point. Where is that?
have it, yeah.
Yeah, I guess we did get it back. Right, they handed it to us. The boys just
it, yeah.
No, the redheads handed it to us.
Oh,
in the middle of the case.
Right.
Because they took it. Yeah. We had arranged to meet at Fresno Room at 5 that day, so I could report back to the inspector.
But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot.
Okay. The prison escape.
It was at midnight on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution.
How grim. We do it at midnight.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to affect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned.
The chief order. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. Oh, okay. Sure. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct?
Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned, I don't know why,
Condemned.
condemned convict.
Condemned.
The body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber.
Really?
I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead.
Curse upon you. You are condemned to always say it this way.
On that occasion, once I had the confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time.
Okay, so you're telling me they didn't hang these people? What was the execution method then?
Right, yeah, that's
You bring, it's the prisoner, the executioner, and the coroner are brought into a room. Or some nondescript room. And, what, you just cut his throat? Like...
There's no way Victorian London was not hanging people.
I mean, yeah, like, maybe it was, they hung him still. It was just a private room for it, right? I can fathom that.
Sure, not like an outside thing.
You could, I mean, yeah. Yeah, they would just have a mechanism designed for it, I suppose.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I guess they could just strangle them also. No, I mean, you're probably hanging him because that's the...
Right, yeah.
Hands off.
It's also really hard to strangle someone to death.
Yeah.
Like you would want to hang them.
Yeah, gravity. Ugh. Yeah, okay. Sure. So then those two go in there. This guy's hanging out in the room, the adjacent room. Then he just comes back in, and normally would have to look at the body, go, "Yep,
it's dead.
That's him. He's dead," and then he would nail it shut, I guess, or whoever.
Yeah, he would nail it shut.
Yeah, but it was already nailed. I didn't think anything of it at the time.
I assumed that my deputy must have chucked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So, you mean the coffin contained...
Yes. I can only imagine that Sogi, having escaped his execution somehow, is alive inside the coffin.
Okay.
The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery.
Right, so now we're in a situation where the executioner was probably, what's his name, Barry? Yeah, it was probably Barry. He's got executioner motifs. Him and Scythe were in on it because they were told to do it. The coffin was taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. It's a bit elaborate.
It's pretty rough. That like you break out of prison.
I've done it.
Someone's just waiting there to shoot you.
You may wonder why you would fake the execution then kill him anyway.
It is pretty interesting because presumably to get Barry and Scythe and whoever else in on the breaking him out of prison. Like, it'd be one thing if it was fucking like Mikotoba and Jigoku broke him out of prison, but it's like, no, it was the fucking people that worked there broke him out.
Yeah.
And
they were just kind of told to do it from like how Scythe was talking about it.
Yeah. Presumably Strongheart is the orchestrator of this. Sure. Who's fucking waiting there to shoot him? Asashin, presumably, but why?
I don't know. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? That's what we're saying. God, it's like we're on the same page.
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things.
Right. So, I think I got something a bit.
Possibly have escaped. Oh, yeah.
No, you read the line first. Let him finish.
That way, without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me.
Right. So, I like misinterpreted something, or not misinterpreted. I like processed it the wrong way. When I was like reading the prison escape stuff, I was thinking of like a large scale prison break, like a riot or something broke out. That's how I processed it. But it's like, no, this was a very intimate situation.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that one. He said the prison was chaotic that day, which made it sound like there was a prison.
You know what? Yeah, exactly. You're right. It sounded like he was. Let me read it. Hold on. What did it say? Aiding and abetting the escape from the prison of convict. Right. So, aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict blank just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prison governor.
Yeah, that's actually oddly worded.
Prior to his execution.
Yeah, huh?
Even though it was during the execution, theoretically, that this happened. Which it points to Barry being suspicious here if he's putting it that way. Let's keep that in mind. That's very strange wording. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Okay, right. So he simply just... this guy just thinks he fucked up. And that he let a prisoner escape, right?
Yeah.
He threw himself out that window out of shame. Not coercion. Okay. Okay, it's clearing up now. The convict. Genshin. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshit Asogi.
Yes, I remember him well, in fact.
Would you mind telling us what you know?
Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, They called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity.
The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was also quite quiet and polite.
He was always quiet and polite.
Oh. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day.
Oh, this looks cool.
Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?
Man hasn't aged in 10 years. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. It was Clint, dude. It was Clint, and then he killed Clint because of what Clint had done.
The following day, the closed trial took place. The verdict was no surprise. Guilty.
Hey, that's my line. Hey, shut up, Vigil!
That's tonight, when he brought back to his cell.
When he was brought back to his cell.
I saw something. Something unusual.
They let him keep his katana. He was like, whoa, look at that thing. Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Isogi.
Let Star Rail have better service than what I give.
As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Isogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand.
Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably.
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh?
Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Isogi's incarceration, you see.
What sort of conditions?
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him. With one exception.
The katana? Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly.
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception you mentioned? to the personal effects he was allowed?
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials.
So he had his katana still.
Oh, whoa. That was not what I thought he was going to say.
He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Right.
So he had the katana.
Yeah, they didn't care about the katana. They didn't want this guy fucking telling the truth.
Yeah.
Specifically, no pens or paper.
So he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him.
Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back?
Please. Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright.
Alright then. But what's on that paper?
Nothing? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
Aside
cool.
from my katana.
That's cool. How can a will be a weapon?
But come on, man.
Come on.
You literally deal with legal documents.
I don't understand.
You use legal documents as weapons. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you see, Ryunosuke is awakened. He actually has a god complex. He just has pictured all of the cases been him like pummeling people into the ground.
yeah. He's got the
He hasn't quite processed. He's just talking the whole time.
Yeah.
So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace.
What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. The will's disappearance.
I was the only person who saw Sugi's will, but
somehow it disappeared.
it was after Asugi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warden gathered up Asugi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
Bro, it's in the katana!
In the katana.
Your Honor!
It's in
The soul of the Japanese!
It's in Karuma, you say?
It's in the katana!
It's definitely in the katana.
It's in the katana! The katana was sent to poor Kazuma-sama. Literally carrying around the will. Rose! You're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects.
among.
What? The will, I mean. Get it together. Come on. Starts snapping his fingers in front of his face. Come on, keep it with me. Or slaps him once, doesn't even realize he did it. Come on, man. The will, I mean. I thought it was Will I Am. Shut up!
thought it was Will's son. That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It cannot have disappeared completely.
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh! Yes, you're right!
I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi papers.
The Genshin source code.
It's like the X-Files.
Yeah. The Asogi papers. The Asogi papers?
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
Your dismissal. And the way you blocked it all from your memory.
I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Right, yes, the case! Oh! Shit! What were we doing, Maya? Susato? Whose memories are these? Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
Very minor nitpick, but I like the through line of this man jumped out of a fucking window. Right? Was presumably hospitalized from this, right?
Yep.
And the entire scenario has somehow kept from his wife of him losing his job.
You can just do shit back then, man.
Yeah, like
you could just do shit.
Honey, why'd you jump out of a window? I got promoted. Like
No, you don't.
I'm afraid this.
The trad wives don't ask questions, Tommy.
Sure. Except where's my husband after he isn't over?
Well, I mean, you want to know where he is. You get worried, but like you don't ask questions.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but...
Get the fuck out! No, not at all. Thank you again. Also, good work landing her. Whew! But what will become of you now? I don't know.
My lips aren't the only thing I can enlarge. Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested.
Even though it's been pretty clear that Gregson asked this of you.
Yeah, I feel like you could get off. Like
yeah, you might have to go on like parole or something, right? There's some form of punishment is enacted, but
literally the police officer asked you to do this.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. Cool.
Don't be, please. This was all my doing. I always knew that this day would come.
Well, good luck. Wish you well. See ya.
Before you go, there's just one thing.
Does there have to be? Yeah, what is it?
The Asogi papers.
Yeah?
I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason?
No. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered... well...
It could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death. Which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Oh, I feel that one. That emotion right there.
Yeah.
You just stand around all day? Oh, back again, are you? Yes, hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the reports just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho. The laddie does not work here no more. Your case is now to do with Barclay. I would not like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Aye, Kimmer. You can very well. So how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too.
Huh?
So, what brought you doing here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. That's so. We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. That thing that I was just told not to bring up to anyone.
Particularly him. Would you mind stepping out this window for me?
Yeah, really. Step right over here. Take a look at this clock. Nice, isn't it? Whoosh. Did I know, say? Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not foot or boot with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. "10-year-old legacy." That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hours, aye. Shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye. A shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil. Oops. My finger slipped. Sorry about that, everyone. Let me get back to that line. My chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal would not say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs? Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. This girl's funny. When Mr. Vigil had handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? Aye. I do not like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he would not have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You would not say otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I cannot shun all responsibility myself. I should not have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what's went on at the time now. There's barely anybody that kens what went on at that time now. But Gregson having been murdered, and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I want a dream send you packing with Naut Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two. Oh, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic. I suppose. There's anybody who might still can about what happened back then. I gotta remember, I've done this voice before during FF9.
Mm-hmm.
The marriage scene.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just started talking about other shit on the most important line in the story again. It'd be that forensic last from the forensic division. Maria Gori. Maria Gori? Aye, Scythe's daughter. She did not have no more. Just the one. But the wee bands followed her in her mom's footsteps. You didn't ever see her work without a scalpel in her hand.
He finally said barn.
I think he said it once before. They have to throw that one in there to make sure you know
They have to.
Scottish. Ah. Come on.
The Japanese.
The hidden Japanese.
That's two bird women that might be Japanese under their masks.
This really says a lot somehow, or not at all.
Bird women.
Mama, what is this? Oh! Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama?
Mama.
Mama. It's a bird. Dr. Scythe's daughter. Maria Gori. We could do with talking to her.
Wait, she's not married, is she? No.
Yeah, Gori? Is that the dad's name? So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gori? Oi! There's some family history, I'm sure, but I do not ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom, She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances. And decided to do the same with her own life. I cannot understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother? Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. How do you know that? Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mum's stories about cutting up bodies. There was even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Wow. Well then, perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gori herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
Did they execute Scythe? Like...
No. They said no visitors. I mean, they might have killed her. I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not get up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you just stay away, no? Away, no? Is that supposed to be now? Can you just stay away, no? No. Leave me alone and do not come back here, eh? Anyway, the Asogi papers. How do you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in prison who've heard of those papers. Ah, well, I was just told not to talk about them. I can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me. It's so obvious Mr. Vigil told you.
Mrs. Vigil told me. Got him.
Easy. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, rather, Genshin Asogi's. Aye. That's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Avers, no! You're off at half-cocked there. I think you did not quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell. Exactly where it should have been. Not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee look around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye. Here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But on mine it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers. Ah, it's the red herring papers. You leave out the fake will to send home the real will.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea.
Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the stramish or the slicers of an execute... What? After all the stramash or that slicer of an execution, we sent that man's possessions back into his clan in Japan. To his clan in Japan. And that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo. Just in case. Yep. The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. The only weapon I have left. Dude, it's happening. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers were not to do with Gregson's death. I prefer if you did not make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I would not just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest level of our government. I understand. Anyway, to the streets with this information. Let the people know.
And then we're gonna go find Cosmo Asogi and tell him all about this.
Where'd it go? Oh, it was the bottom one. Oh, okay. Kazuma.
Cosmo does.
Yo.
I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
Everyone's just like... What's the word? Can't think of the word, but it's... Everyone realizes how powerful Naruhodo is, right?
Yeah.
So I guess gaslighting is the word I'm looking for here.
Right.
Everyone's just trying to like put out his fire so that he does not overcome all of society.
Sure. Let sleeping gods lie.
Yeah, like, we have to keep putting him down.
Yeah.
We cannot let him know how strong he is. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor.
They're pecking his wings.
Yeah. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you, you piece of shit. You stupid shitter. Get good, loser.
And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke. I've always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together.
But holy shit.
This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but...
That is not envisioned. Envisaged.
Oh, envisaged it.
Wow.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah, I fucking watch it, dude.
Envisaged it.
Envisaged it.
I suppose it's just another twist of fate. There now. I just didn't read anything.
I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once. Along with Judge Jigoku. Hey, it's me. Hey, it's me. It pounds gavel twice on your door. It's me, Jigoku. And about what happened with your father.
Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma.
As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Your disappearance. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever.
I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posse of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck.
Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point?
Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. It was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Not even you. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It's fucking insane. What? It was a calling I couldn't
That's the
ignore.
Japanese spirit.
It compelled me
Unerring.
relentlessly.
Burns no matter what.
Out on the deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship. We were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship.
I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city. So I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain.
Your journey to Britain.
Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. I had to prostitute myself.
Oh, how terrifying for you. My ass still hurts.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my ass.
One being your knowledge of English, I suppose.
That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deck hand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, finally arrived at Dover.
It's fucking Dover.
But it's only just so gone.
No, I'm sorry.
That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world.
Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point.
So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice then?
Can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. No Asogi papers, specifically.
Oh, I've got some of those for you.
They took me straight to Scotland Yard. By sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yeah, exactly.
Excuse me.
Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law.
Stop.
Like, what the hell?
Yo.
He took
This is
me
all
back
planned. Strongheart planned all of this. Your amnesia, the time, every steamboat that made its way here.
Like, I'm thinking about this scenario. I'm like,
Oh, this is ridiculous.
this is like if Strongheart, like, he didn't say anything to us, which is like
You know this guy?
the ball was in his court, and he capitalized on it by being like, I don't even know what his fucking plan was. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office.
And then 9 days ago, you gave me this cool ass mask and said, "Don't let anyone know you're Japanese." You finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber.
Yes, I did.
Your father, Genshin Impact. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream.
Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
He looks younger in this outfit somehow. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
Years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain.
Katana.
What?
Sorry, I said katana.
I'm like, did I say something wrong?
No.
I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. Died. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice.
Yeah, they hit you with they swerved you in with the swerve instead of wavering.
Yeah, I was like, whoa.
Unswavering.
6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home.
It's a weird haircut. Is his haircut different? He just doesn't have the headband.
Yeah, I think just he doesn't have the headband. Yeah. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away.
And reached end of service.
Like,
It was from alloy poisoning.
it was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Sato-san.
Okay.
Which Mikotoba himself told us that he did this to him.
Yep. Passed away. That was the
Yeah.
story he told. Oh my.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped me to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh.
My father dying to illness was just too unbelievable. It had to be a grand government conspiracy.
Naturally.
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no, Zeke sent the letter.
He sent it in a kid hate mail?
Absolutely. Fuck your clan, your family, and your whole fucking nation. Oh no.
It's constantly reading this letter. It's like, I can't read. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years.
Letter from Britain.
Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims.
Damn.
If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
Like, that's... I found the address of this person and sent that shit to his kid.
On the other side of the planet. It would have
let
cost
them know how much
$10,000 to send this letter.
I mean, you're fucking... you are within rights. At some degree, right? Like, you're upset, but like, really? No one went, it wasn't them who did it.
Never stop hating.
If the person who died, the person you hate the most dies, it's next of kin that are taking the brunt of it. Sins of the father will carry on.
You just don't understand how much I hate Genshin Impact.
The little Star Rail standing here is doing pretty all right though. It actually doesn't work too well because Star Rail's the
Honkai Impact Third
is the
kid,
sequel to
yeah.
Honkai to
Yeah,
Impact
there's
Third. So there is no other Genshin Impact.
There actually might be.
And I'm not counting Zenless.
But I'm not counting Zenless. There were some reports that apparently they are making another game that it will be more similar to Genshin than the other ones.
Cool. That means I don't have to play it.
Right.
Fuck yeah. Why are all of Genshin's characters so ugly? Anyway, the letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? Why wouldn't you believe it? Like, that's incredibly specific.
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? Never showed it to him.
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letters to Judge Shigoku.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh! To the
Uh-oh.
other visiting student.
He faltered for the briefest of moments. But then he just laughed the letter off. He said, they still think Genshin did it.
Yeah, exactly.
But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, before recovering his poise.
I've got to tell Mikotoba. Gotta tell Waka. Don't tell Waka.
A year later,
I gotta tell Waka.
my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief. She too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi.
I'd rather not know anything about Genshin, I'll be honest.
And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
The true will was just inside the small katana. Come on. Open it.
Long katana, actually.
Yeah, I know. I was just keeping with the format.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I like how we have spent 3 hours now in an investigation sequence that has nothing to do with the seemingly
Nothing
to do with Gregson's murder. Yeah, we haven't picked up anything that is like trying to relate to his death. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was...
It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
Oh, don't say shit like that. Don't say it was clear. What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector?
God, I wonder.
Yes.
Oh.
Barok Van Zeeks is the real Reaper.
Dude, he couldn't hurt anyone.
And I know that 10 years ago, it was him. Who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No! He was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. That's not how law works, Susato. It's all personal. Don't you get it?
In Cosmo's defense, it probably does seem like it was personal from Zeke. He insisted on being the prosecutor, right?
That's true.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. When a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
Cosmodes. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
Brought you a little present.
He says, my father would never kill anyone as he stands in front of a giant portrait of the man his father killed.
Right. Kazuma, what do you make of this incredibly important evidence that you're not going to actually look at?
There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence. The courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation.
Not really.
That's what I make of it.
I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Only because they tell you it's that way, not because it is that way.
I'll edge you anytime, Burritosuke.
Don't touch me.
It is a little absurd that he doesn't have anything
I
to say
hate this
about
guy.
the Asogi papers. His father's will.
They write it off pretty well.
Right.
However, if I have to actually present something to him, see, like, are you sure we've asked it? Okay. I actually have to present something to him. Oh, no. We need to look at this. What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yes, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case?
Apparently so.
That'd be a fun job.
Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work.
Yeah, you're good. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. Seemed fun. That's it.
So, yeah, so an interesting thing here. So the redheads, when they kidnap Daily, right? It's not this apartment, right? Like, that's obviously, that's also, like, another thing is, like, it's a different apartment. It's not like they were in this one, right? Why's Gregson got the wig?
Right, so someone walked by, following Gregson with the wig on, right?
With the wig.
Yeah, no, we are thoroughly unsure. We are missing a key witness that is the killer.
Because Daly says he goes to meet Gregson in the Fresno apartment, which is that one. And he heard the gunshot at this time, dressed up as Gossip, I suppose.
Yeah.
And he's not wearing the red wig. It's not like that's his that he left there. Presumably it isn't. I don't know.
At this point, presumably it is not.
Yeah.
Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Maybe that's what you were thinking of. We zoomed in on it before.
Okay. Why would I?
What? But you're Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice.
Yes. Apprentice. Not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture.
Oh. Really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture.
I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with.
Oh my god, he's blind.
Like, are you stupid?
Oh my god, he's stupid and blind. Lord Van Zeek's fine collection of hollow chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up.
Yes, he's extremely particular about all that.
So you did notice! So you do have eyes!
He has a strict regime for everything. From the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents.
I hate this guy. Gosh, he must be having a real tough time of it being his apprentice.
Actually, no.
Oh?
He's so particular about it all. He refuses to let anybody else touch any of it.
I get it.
So it's been quite easy for me, in fact.
Talk about weird.
He just told me to
think
sit in the
there's
corner and not say anything.
Yeah, like... Then he would just talk at me about weird things in a weird voice.
For the bats.
Yeah, what's the
bats?
bats? Ah.
You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeek's, what do you say?
Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongart's office too. Doves, I think. Whoa.
Perhaps you have to like birds to attain the rank in the judiciary here. Well, the bats aren't birds. Or are they? Of course.
Bats are your friends whose social link makes me cry. Dude, every time I go into a Heismay social link, I am like not ready for it. I maxed out. I was crying. How about a sparrow for you? Like the thing in Destiny? No.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud.
I also feel like I'm not getting the joke there.
I don't know. Does Cosmo mean sparrow? Is it because his mask was a sparrow mask? I don't know. Casks floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hollowed barrels, I suppose.
They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order.
What? Every week?
Lord Van Zeeks can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble.
Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge.
Actually, no.
Oh?
He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else. So he does it entirely on his own.
So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court then. Ha Wow. Wasn't that funny, Maya? Tears are just streaming down Ryunosuke's face and he doesn't know why.
Says here, Cosmo means genuine.
Great.
The genuine.
Ace Attorney. There's Lord Van Zeek's incredibly stylish desk.
It's not my style. Though.
I didn't ask you. Shut up. I'm trying to talk to Susato. God. Now, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. Seiza! I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeek's when I first saw it.
It's weird. He already had that before I got here. I find it the most comfortable way to work.
Oh, I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. It's supposed to do that.
But don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute.
Okay, bye. Yeah. Don't tell me there's something I'm supposed to present to this guy.
Maybe it's time to go back to the crime scene?
Right, but look at this at the bottom here. Are you sure we've asked everything we need to?
Okay, I guess we need to present him with something. That's not his father's final will and testament.
Yeah. What's that? It's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. I think we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we?
It's pretty funny.
That's pretty good. You know what? Let's examine these. Last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. I, Genshin Impact Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path.
Oh, Alex, you didn't click on this and have Kazuma and Sasato say, "Hey, we should show this to Kazuma." That's why you could have presented to him.
Yeah. Well, let's just go to all the places and then we'll start trying to figure out what the fuck we're supposed to do.
Face, yeah.
Why is he in gay baby jail?
He killed a person.
Really?
No, we're defending him.
Oh, okay. I see what's happening.
This isn't the final case, by the way. Ah! All right. All right. All right.
Yeah, Brad. So he walked into an apartment, right? The lights were out.
Yeah.
A gunshot goes off, and his coworker's down on the floor. And then immediately a guy who is known to dress up as his coworker broke in.
Let me show you gossip.
Somehow he was the one accused of murdering him.
What do you think of this guy right here?
Jesus fucking Christ! Could it get any worse?
No.
What is
this is in fact a disguise.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
It turned out to be this guy. But then this girl was there, and we were hooping and hollering, dude. Her gimmick was that she would just light firecrackers and then throw them at you, and she lights matches on her ass.
Hell yeah.
It was like, this is great.
Look at those smug eyebrows.
Yeah. Oh, did we show you the crazy thing about this game, where the judge from Japan is now a main character named like Hellman? His name means like eternal hell or some shit.
Yeah, goddamn.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
So this case has been crazy, and then there was a French guy and an Italian guy. Yeah.
I guess we have to shove something in Kazuma's ass.
Let me skim through this guy. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him. Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far? I do, in fact, have to present something to Kazuma. All right, let's rack our brains here. It wasn't the papers. Is it the hey, yo, you want your armband back? Hey, Kazuma, this is your armband. Fuck.
Actually, I think it's yours now.
Good. I wasn't about to let you take more shit from me as he's like holding his armband and Susato.
Yeah, he's got the katana, Susanoo. He's like, I need the key to your apartment. I'm living with shoulders down. Your coconuts are mine, Naruto.
No! I never even got to eat whatever that mysterious object in my apartment was. At least take care of the fish.
You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it.
But just a talent. Don't get ahead of yourself, God. I mean...
I've always known that you would. Now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, could it be happier for you? Or more proud?
Yeah, whatever.
So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor
I'm
now.
evil now.
That yeah. That armband would have no meaning for me.
Well, if you're sure, I mean, thanks, man. I am reading that my friend part. All right. What we got? All right, we got mysterious piece of letter of introduction that we were handed. That was weird. All right. There you go. Cool. Here you go. Cool. Oh yeah, you know anything about guns?
The Reaper. At last I get to take my revenge.
Kazuma. Lord Van Zieks isn't responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. He's the defendant and deserving of a fair trial.
You mean like the one my father had? It's a closed trial now, too. Conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man for what he really is.
Kazuma. Alright, next. That's right, we need to get to Maria. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report.
Yes. There were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise.
Impressive for a defense lawyer that sucks ass at his job.
The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something.
Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence in the scene both point to it.
To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
Yeah, we knew that. How did you know that? I'm supposed to be a step ahead of you. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet.
But just know that I'm really gonna be fucking strong-arming this case, okay, man?
Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Locate Cemetery.
By Barclay Prison, you mean?
You know it, do you? Kazuma?
Did you not read anything about what happened in the last case, dude?
Were you paying attention this morning? This was 3 hours ago.
Yeah, the prison right. Shut up. Get new material. You too, Susato. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today.
you know it, do you? Ryunosuke,
What?
I thought you were Capcom.
I.
I want to thank you.
What for? This katana.
For this.
That has the papers in it. Come on!
It's gonna be like in the hilt. Like you take
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
like,
Yeah, the cap of it there.
Yeah.
At the butt of the handle.
You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan.
Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. Look, there's a little button. A little, like, a little button. You're gonna need a key, and it's gonna pop open and have the fucking papers in it, dude. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Whoa. Karma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors.
Warrior! Oh, sorry.
Many of whom were expert swordsmen.
Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
Displayed, Karuma is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname.
Write that down.
Uh-huh.
Really? Karuma. Does sound formidable, that's for sure. Alright, is there someone with that fucking name?
Wait, is Kay's last name Karuma by any chance? What's it?
No, I don't think we would not know this.
Okay,
Having played the localized games. This game didn't have that. Who's got the last name Karuma?
I'm scared to look this up.
I wouldn't look it up. But
Yeah.
is it Karma? Von Karma.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Von Karma. Hilarious.
Karuma, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Interesting.
Very funny. And that's why they're evil. Or tsundere. It's crazy how what was Evil Von Karma's name?
I think it was just like Baron. His name was Baron Von Karma.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Baron Von Karma. Yeah, he was evil, but then he managed to effectively produce 2 tsundere children. Weird how that happened, and they weren't just evil.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
No, it's Manfred. I'm sorry. His name is
Manfred Von Karma. Yeah. Really? Karma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure.
Manfred. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had the sword forever at his side.
It'll be also kind of amazing that a guy was just like, yo, your sword's got a sick name, dude. That's mine now. And all my children are gonna have it. And they're all gonna be lawyers.
Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you.
Yeah. Yeah, it was an honor. I'm sorry. It's too funny to me to take this angle.
Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much.
I miss Larry. Whose memories are these? Like, it makes sense, because it's his descendant, right? Like...
No, it's funny.
Kazuma. You've changed, dude.
No, Ryunosuke. I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed.
Not really. Honestly, not much different. Actually, that's not true. Ryunosuke is clearly is more confident in court now. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks, given what happened. But the fact is, those events, in this case, are... well...
unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure?
What do you mean?
Never mind. That man is the Reaper. It's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow. By whatever means necessary.
I can't let you do that, Kazuma.
No, you'll do what you have to as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
I would expect nothing less.
Till tomorrow, then. The Old Bailey.
Okay, bye. Forensic laboratory. Hey! I killed your mom, basically! Wow! Look how cute it is now.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, yeah. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, do you think we could change the subject?
You're in the fucking room, man.
Shink, shink, shink. What was that?
Because you took my mother away, you'll have to take responsibility by giving me a child. She's sharpening her 500 scalpels.
You gotta keep those 500 scalpels sharp. Dr. Gory scuttles over into your face. What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly clean edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel, 1 of 500, cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? I always envy Johnny Young Bosch's ability to do one of those. Yeah, like you're watching Bleach and you're like, dude, how does he fucking do it? Well, we came here to ask questions, so. Come on, secret Japanese. All right. Yeah, she's probably like 18, I'm guessing.
She's a doctor.
Whoa, we just spoiled her face. Holy shit.
Okay.
Oh.
19.
Whoa.
Fuck yeah, boys. I didn't mean to spoil her face. So it's a little Easter egg. A little secret you can do.
Well, it's a bird egg, actually. She's a bird.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. I thought you were going. You went bird egg, and I'm like, it's Halloween, dude. Like, I said Easter, you said bird egg, and then I went to argue with myself over what I said.
Bro, what the fuck?
It's Halloween, asshole. Who are you talking to? Look at all the
I'm just
bottles on
looking
the
at
shelves in these cabinets. What?
I said I'm just now looking at the stream for the first time. Who is this woman?
We don't know.
We killed her mom.
Oh, okay. Can I move into her house?
Well, her mom's not there anymore, so...
I don't know. We haven't asked her yet. We haven't had a chance. A lot of people in this case. I mean, like, this one case is like, what, double the cast of the first game?
Yeah.
Not counting Rise from the Ashes. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like that. Oh wait, we've already seen all this. That look like salt and pepper shakers. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death.
Well, I guess she's too old for it to actually be one of the 3 Japanese guys.
Yes.
Daughters.
This unfortunately is pretty clearly taking a glance at her.
Not secret Japanese.
Not secret Japanese. Damn, the Hail Mary misses. Time of death. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. I killed your mom. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway. For the time being, you mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Wait a couple of years, so Seki will be dead. Sorry, but, I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. What can we show her? Autopsy report? Dr. Gory. We actually came here to ask you about this. Smug look of superiority. He was very good. Good? Sorry? His skin didn't snag my blade once. And very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. The Scythe genes. Please. Please, people, tell me there's no Yakodon Dojinshi of this out there. I beg of you to tell me there is. I'm on my fucking knees. Captain! That's not my fault. Oh! That made me jump. Then please, tell us what happened. That's funny.
Time of death.
Oh! Why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death, then? It's really the most crucial detail. told not to write it. What? By whom?
Mama.
Male Strongheart. The Lord Chief Justice. He came here. What, Strongheart came? He said that from the witnesses. Yeah, I know, right? Poor phrasing. He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on November 1st, when the gunshot was heard.
You're telling me the mail came in the coronary room?
Your package came in the mail. You must have a strong heart.
Bro.
But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Yeah. Judicial corruption. Like, what the fuck you think?
She's not as good at figuring it out as her mom was. Dr. Gory, you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions. Then sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother. Fucking Christ, Ryunosuke! Have some tact!
He's starting to believe.
Finally, Ryunosuke gonna be looking like this soon. It was the image you don't like that I put on the stream, Tommy.
No.
Wait, Brad, have you seen the image that no one likes?
No, what is it?
It's I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it raw into Discord for everyone to see.
Jesus.
It's this.
Oh, what the fuck?
So
What
uncomfortable.
the fuck? Bro, this looks like some dude I knew in 2008. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
I'll delete it
Yeah,
if you guys really don't like it. I think that's fucking hilarious.
That's a down vote for me.
I think that image is fucking hilarious.
I mean, yeah, like in a way that makes me like viscerally uncomfortable. It's like I can smell that guy.
It's getting in the thumbnail. Sorry, guys.
That's awful.
You know it's going in the thumbnail for the
Why is he doing
115.
that? Is that why people hate that game?
it's no.
Oh God. I don't remember him doing that. I was there for like
no,
most of that
no,
playthrough.
that's the fucking eat pussy thing, dude. What are you
I
talking?
know. Is that like actually in the game?
No!
Oh, okay. That's different.
No, someone edited Evil Phoenix because they probably
Oh
thought
my
it was
God.
hot.
I was like, there's no fucking way that's actually in the game, bro.
No.
Like, you had me really going for a second. And you didn't even try.
No.
I was like, oh my God.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's in character for Evil Phoenix and Apollo
Holy
Justice.
shit, dude.
Anyway. God, sorry.
What a thing to say to someone.
What a fucking thing is... Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother. Slap him! Oh. Give it here, then. What's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What? What's she written? Tell us! Sorry, I can't do both voices at once, guys. Indeterminate? But... The details of the autopsy report have been updated to not help us at all. The autopsy report from the examination of Inspector Gregson's body. According to the coroner, Dr. Gory, an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. Indeterminate? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily... She just had frame drops on her animation. How powerful is this woman? So the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen. Oh my God. The furtive fish and chip so easily forgotten.
I just closed both my eyes and I felt my third one open.
Nice! Nice!
Ooh, wait. I had fried fish today.
Okay, well, if you die right now, it's going to affect how to determine your time of death.
Great.
He's gone. He's back.
No, the fish was fine, actually.
I can see through time now, dude. Like...
What? I've deafened for like 5 seconds. What did I miss?
Huh? Did you just... That's... Huh?
What?
You, like, disconnected. You,
Yeah,
like, said
no, I did
something
that
and then
I did-
disconnected as if you were having a conversation with us, and then you just came back like, yo, what I missed? And it's like,
Wait, hold on.
Nothing! You were
me a
just
moment.
talking to us!
Let me explain. Listen, no, I disconnected on purpose because you're like, yeah, if the fish kills you right now, and then I left because,
okay.
like, but I did deafen before that, and I came back to you guys being exasperated about the Thomas third eye has opened, and I'm just confused about what happened.
You know, to put it in the words of the most prominent NPC bark line I've ever heard in a video game while playing Metaphor.
Where's the bomb squad?
I'm just incredulous. There was some fried fish in the pocket of the. There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
You.
His magic powers.
The cornucopia died. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes, what are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? Theoretically. Oh. Theoretically, if you were to chill the body on ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. That's probably my favorite animation in the game so far, is that, like, quick head tilt, lean forward. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. Jesus!
Oh,
What? But, like, what? But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. Think, everyone, quick! Quick, find it. Find where? No.
Oh my god, maybe.
That would be... Well, now that it's been long enough... Oh, that would be weird, though. Let's not jump to any conclusions. I think we're pretty lost on this. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory? Or some other special places? Yeah, the Arby's. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. Was it cold enough outside to affect it? What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No. In other words, it would corroborate your previous deductions, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Oh, yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. Ugh, the professor. It's like she was looking at human garbage. Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... We were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry, what? My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well. Oh,
sparkling.
Fuck. Just thinking about that Van Zeeks body. That's a lot of man to cut through, baby.
Can't wait to get him on the slab.
Ugh. Can you murder him for me? Thanks. Yes, queen. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks. The professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But
right.
The detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized.
Right, and then this was somehow how they got their evidence on...
Yeah, this is how they figured out how it was Asogi.
Right, which is bizarre, but like, yeah, let's continue.
That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zeeks. Licks lips. They both spent their final moments before the burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She's really proud of her mother. So sorry about that, but I really didn't intend for that to happen. I mean, I thought she was pretty cool, right? Like I nothing against her. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. No. Confirmation of death.
It's actually Clint Skeleton.
That'd be awesome. The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. Fuck. No. And worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear. You found out recently, you mean? I believed in her. In Mama. But... now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean, because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report. But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. And he's an upstanding guy who has never done anything weird. Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. You can see the mask disinstantiate on the back of her head. Look underneath her ears next time. Like right below her earlobes. You'll see the mask straps disappear. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Yeah, like...
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Strongheart sneezes. Like, I'm hoping it's not Strongheart somehow at this point.
Sure, right, yeah.
Like it's so... He is so suspicious because of his point of authority. Like, he's just...
Yeah, he's just the guy in charge.
He's the one
asking we dealt with, yeah.
He's done nothing but suspicious shit in front of us. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim. And when the autopsy was performed... Mama was present. Although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. Whoa! Okay, what?
Okay.
What? What the fuck does that mean?
He's in on it. He had to die. Like, that makes sense. Because it's always been like, why the fuck did they kill Wilson from the start of the fucking game? It's why did John have to die? He's in on it.
The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. Iris is standing in this room with us also. Oh god. That's right! My daddy! Oh wait, this is no, she knows who her father is. And there was one other person present. The primary assistant.
Ken?
It would have been Eugene.
Okay, Eugene. Okay.
He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait. A visiting student? It must have been my father. Eugene Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important, despite literally working here while he was here, in this room. But the outcome of that historic autopsy... So happy. Was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer.
God,
Genshin Impact, the infamous mass murderer of everyone's wallets who played that game, got suckered into that piece of shit.
God, what could the piece of evidence have been?
So,
I wonder if somebody could tell us anymore.
yeah. Do you happen to know anything about what exactly the piece of evidence? Like, it's gonna be a wound of some kind. It's gonna be like a cause of death. Like, that's the thing about autopsies. It's like,
right.
Looks like he got bitten to death by a dog. No, he was stabbed somewhere. He was poisoned, right?
Yeah,
you know, he was poisoned, and then the dog took bites out of him afterwards.
Japanese blowfish poison.
I think it's gonna be poison. Like, that's what. First case of this fucking game is unidentifiable poison. Poison cannot be detected. Yada yada yada. Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? Yeah, what? Would that be alright? Yeah, sure, whatever. What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards. With the other records from the last decade. Thank you! Let's see. Van Zeeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeek's. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away? No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. No! Oh! That
dog.
fucking bastard!
That hound.
You son of a bitch! Dude, this will be the greatest game ever made if Sholmes is the main antagonist. A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records. No! 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 You don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name.
Hurley?
Deep down, I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh, no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Iris has a lot to think about here.
A horrible situation and life, and is mistreated by everyone around her.
Iris? Oh man, she's cute. Jesus Christ. Runo. I hope you don't mind, but... What is it? What is it, Iris? I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. I'm opening that fucking case in the middle of my room. Fuck you, Hurley. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. She's opening that fucking case in the living room. Bye for now, then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Uh-oh. Iris, did you steal the documents, honey? Or did you just come here... Well, no, she was... No, her dad would have... I mean, she would have just been born when the professor stuff happened.
Yeah.
I don't know how long Wilson worked in this corner office, though, before then. Have you, Iris? Yes. 2 years ago. When that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes. What was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Wait, Iris! I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. The next time you come, I'd prefer if you were ready for dissection. Alright. If you say so. I can't make any promises, sorry.
That appendix looks heavy, King. Let me take that from you.
It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Let's have a closer look at this. And again, let's not. At least not while she's armed.
Okay, Asanagi.
Oops.
Oh, that's too quick. Oh. I honestly just thought this was gonna end. Oh yeah, it's Sholmes, yeah.
Yeah, I guess probably Sholmes.
No.
Who went where? Fresno Street room. We haven't talked to Gina yet. Box. Police are still busily investigating in here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually... there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Got a gash in it. Oh, it appears to be made of metal. Must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There's some initials on the outside, look. TG. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oi! What do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off! Gina! What? Where were you hiding? I don't know. You leave something unattended for... I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Spit it out, Odo. Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year? Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. What's so bad about that? Your boss. You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. Ah, you mean that the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free. Yes. The ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks, who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook in his office. Oh no. That doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They won't flaming let me. Because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it. And he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I fucking stole it. I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh! That's our Gina. What'd it say? What'd it say? What'd it say? What'd it say? The secret notebook. So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and a whole long list of them.
16 of them, maybe?
All details about the bludgeons supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said! That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. Her own.
Or Lestrade, yeah.
At the end of the list, you mean? Pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. So what was the odd name? It's gonna be Jigoku. It's gonna be Jigoku.
Yeah,
It weren't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name. Put it that way.
See, I like the idea that it's actually Naruhodo and she just can't remember his actual name.
Oh dear. What a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Sheen. It was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... Ooh. Gregson was orchestrating murders of criminals.
So then why would he have been worried about Gina dying? If he was the one in charge of it.
He might have been chief of operations, but he might not have been in charge of it, if you know what I mean.
Sure. That's a good point.
He was probably second in command, not the mastermind. Did you say Shin? Did you say Sheen? What? It does mean something? Or Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook? Your investigations, not Edgeworth's. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before? That would be the undercover and... Hold on. It's turning in my head.
It's turning. So this is November 1st.
Where's the fucking date?
It's on the bottom. Its month is 1. That's a 1. It's 1/11 November. No. Wait. It says month day.
It says 9/11.
I think they've read it out. Click on it. I think they actually say it in text. It departed. That's the departure date. Okay.
London arrival 1st November.
Okay, it can't be the two guys that were on the boat. They weren't here on Halloween. I'm assuming Gina knows these two names. It was fucking Kazuma. He's the only other Japanese person that would have been in the country.
But why photo?
Okay, you know what's gonna be why it's why photo? It's gonna be like the fans of commemoration thing that was handed out on the 31st. It's gonna be like they were here a day before they said they were or some shit.
Yeah. The day
but
before.
I think that, yeah.
Like, I'm going with Cosmo didn't kill anyone.
I'm not saying I'm saying he was the name on the list.
You're saying he's the name on the list. Okay. Oh, okay. Sure.
If
Right.
we're going to kill a Japanese person on the 31st, the two old men were on a boat that day. And I assume she would know the name Ryunosuke and Sasato, right?
Yeah.
So it's just...
She only knows 5 letters, though, last we checked. Shit.
Right.
Okay. The day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo? Yep. It was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. The dog.
Yeah.
When me and my partner get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby. He's such a faithful friend. You can't name a dog Toby anymore. Toby Fox owns dog imagery.
That's fair.
So, yeah, and then his last name's Fox? Like, fuck, dude. He's too strong. The threat of Toby Fox beating you at a video game remains ever present.
Yeah, and he'd do it too.
He'll do it too. So, have you tracked anything down then? What do you think? Of course we have. I can't tell you though. Please business end it. Ugh. Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the L out here. They stole her H's. It's so sad. Someone cursed her to not be able to say H, to pronounce H's.
Yeah, it was the English did that.
The English, because there's no H at the end. She couldn't say the H at the end. Right, because he looks oh so hellish. Honest. The Hellhound. Gina, about your Hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least. It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Trevor's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? We have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder.
The wig?
The wig.
I've been wondering about this fucking wig.
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this.
Whoa.
You might be a little too keen, don't you think? Ah! Ah! Ah!
It's Gina's wig.
The chief inspector made short work of Gina there. Huh?
The head's in the box, dude. There's a head in the box.
Oh, look what he's gone to. Oh my. That trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Oh, alright. It's a fair culp, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it, too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough now then, Gina. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. The metal trunk. It won't lock that. It just won't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. All right then. What did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So, I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot. There's just gonna be fish and chips in it. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich. Not to a bag of chips. Mr. Naruhodo!
Yeah,
I believe Gina means the witness.
They call him the sandwich.
Hey, call me the sandwich. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, he had to be in between the wooden boards of the boss's trunk. Yeah, he had it hidden between them wooden boards of the boss's trunk. Okay. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling. And you know what he said? Oh, fuck off! I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did. No, nothing more, nothing less. Would you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog. So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then.
I mean, it's what you do when you're poor in Victorian London.
You take shit.
You come across a dead guy, you fucking take that shit, dude.
Loot?
You
How
loot
could
it.
they? How could they?
They gotta fucking survive, man.
So anyway, that's how it happened. And in a pretty decent trunk. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. Gina's so cute. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What you on about? I am the police.
Oh shit, she's right.
Yo, Sting? Stuart Copeland? You're one hell of a drummer, you know that, man? I was actually watching an interview of Stuart Copeland. He was on Drumeo. I didn't know that the Police was one of those bands that was like a nightmare to be a part of, because it was three geniuses, all masters of their craft, fighting each other to make music. And it was one of those things where they just made banger after banger, and they all felt like it was a terrible song because of the process that went into the music.
Yeah.
Sting apparently was like particularly bad to work with, because he was one of those, like, he didn't know how to give feedback. He just knew he didn't like what he was hearing. So it was that horrible, like, that's not quite right. And then it's like, okay, what do you want from me? And he's like, I don't know, just do it again. And it's like, ugh. Stuart Copeland, though. That guy's a fucking monster. What are you going on about? I am the police. Gina. You wouldn't mind? Could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Gregson's trunk has been entered in the court record. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Oh my god, Mr. Inosuke.
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful.
Oh.
It must be the trunk. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
It's, Toby, oi! What are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off.
Wait.
Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo!
This calls into question where he keeps the evidence.
Gina, quickly, hail a carriage.
Does he swallow it?
What the fuck just happened?
But you picked up the trunk. It's set up to talk.
Can I examine it right now in the stop time? Yeah, Chica Friday 5 Nights at Freddy 1 jump scare.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr.
Oh my
Naruhodo,
God,
are you
so
alright?
That's what it reminded me of. Fuck.
Anyway, enough about whatever they're talking about. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? Gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the inside of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Oh! Gina, this is evidence, honey. What is this? Look at this dark stain here. Do you think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Ugh. I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means that was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from the fish and chips. No. Weird key. Let's have a look inside. Okay. I guess let's have a look inside.
Dear Naruhodo,
It's nice.
if I'm dead. The killer was...
Got some books. Some... Wait, what's up here? Padding, I guess, at the top?
Yeah, just padding, sure.
Look! There's something inside! Oh, let's see! It appears to be a passport. Authorizing him to travel overseas. Is Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? You know this! Perhaps the date of the departure might tell us something. That was... Oh! What is it? It was travel on October 31st. Dude. Okay. Somehow these Jigoku and Gregson ended up on a fucking boat together. They shoved him in the freezer of the boat. And then shoved him in the fucking suitcase. Dude. It was for travel on 31st October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? Passport has been entered into the court record. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? He was on the boat back to fucking London with those two. Like whatever boat, because they transferred it at in France.
Yeah, so he goes to Paris on Halloween.
To do something, you know, relations for his transfer.
Yeah. He's killed in Paris.
Or on the boat.
Or on the boat. They shove him in that fucking that trunk.
Freeze him in there.
Freeze him because they're on a boat. They, you know, maybe it's transferring meat across countries, right? They've got a fridge on it, right?
Yep.
Whatever.
Oh, I have some. I bought something in Paris that I want to freeze and eat when I get there. Is it okay if I leave my suitcase in here? Absolutely, sir.
And why photo? It's because the trunk's in it.
It's because the fucking trunk is in it. Case closed.
We made so many jokes about that trunk too.
Nothing gets past us anymore. We're too fucking on our shit at this point.
Yeah,
but we became too strong after playing playing Zero Escape and all these Ace Attorney games.
Right, they're gonna try and say. Right, and it's fine that they arrived on the first because the body is found on the first.
Right, we meet up with him in the morning. He's like, I got shit to do.
Yeah,
leaves. Brings the fucking trunk on over.
And drops it off into that fucking house. He
goes and talks to Zeke's or something first to set it up.
Yeah.
You know, he's hi Zeke's. Oh, you know, there was this thing. Yeah, huh? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered.
Like that's it. We just see the why now.
Yeah, we just gotta get there. Damn. Advise Gregson passport number ACD0522. Date of departure within 1 week from October 31st. Destination Port of Dunkirk, France. Purpose of travel police business. Notes permission for the applicant and 1 additional person to travel. He's trying to get Gina out of there, right? Wait.
Yeah.
What are my thoughts on the Zero Escape series? Well, I'm going to be putting out a massive highlight video here after I beat Metaphor, because I haven't worked on the fucking highlight video in a while. But, Zero Escape is the greatest mess ever. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright now that we've examined that chest? That trunk? Mr. Sato. Oh, don't think I forgot about you! Oh, you're gonna get it, bitch. Motherfucker, I'm sending you to the gallows.
Conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly.
Oh yeah, that one hasn't been used in this game. What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the funny thing? After rewatching the the Zero Escape stuff, I think I determined ZTD is my favorite game somehow. It's a fucking disaster of a game, but I think it's my favorite of the 3. Because I clown gamer, right?
Sure.
And that's the clown game. That is the fucking absurd fucking clown game, man. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage?
Sadly, we had no ice.
The opposite of all ice. Speaking of Zero Time Dilemma, or Zero Escape.
So that's a compress of sugar water.
Sugar water. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
So, let's take tea when you're feeling up to it.
No, I don't like you.
No sugar in the patient's cup.
Ugh. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough. Don't worry. Whenever you feel ready, then.
Oh my god.
Yo, Sholmes. You rat bastard. What are those hanging behind you?
My dark... Oh Alex, I figured it out.
What's up?
Those are the Sholmes embryos.
Oh!
Those are the pre-gestated
yeah,
cloning
the
pods.
cloning Sholmes. Yes, of course.
When one dies, Irish just to pluck one off the vine.
Right. Well, one just magically falls out onto the stairs and rolls down, and that's what gives him brain damage every time.
Yeah.
It ensures the faulty product remains as such. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. Did you steal Clint's autopsy?
My dear fellow, think nothing of it.
No, I really want to know about Clint's autopsy, dude. I'm gonna think about it.
I must say, I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that the infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead.
You mean the professor?
Fortunately, I see your prize throat is unscathed.
Yep, rear no scathe the throat goat.
God damn it. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection.
Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again.
Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick.
Which ones?
I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly.
Fuck you, Sholmes. I hate mustard. What do you think of this shovel, Sholmes? Spade, whatever the fuck it is. Spade is still here, look! Please, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade. I think you well know. It's a shovel. It didn't take long to reignite that old argument. Ah, I have an idea. Let's give the implement a name. Like Professor Hairbrain names his tools. I'm gonna cry if they say Charlie. I'm literally going to cry. Oh, I never thought of doing that. From now on then, let's call it Ryunosuke. No. It's clearly much more of a Susato. The old argument has taken a new and unexpected turn, it seems. That's cute. Okay, I'm not examining everything. We've been here for 5 hours. What are we doing?
What are we doing?
No, seriously, what the fuck are we doing? She opened it. Oh my god, it's Mikotoba. That's so fucking funny. German?
Yeah.
Quite pleasant, actually. Kind of like how that sounds. I've never heard German singing. Lot to take in here. What on earth is going on here? Am I having a bad dream? Iris, did you kill Mikotoba?
No. It's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think.
Not that. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Oh, she's mad. She's a little upset with us, I think. Who is that that relaxed gentleman over there?
Is he dead? Like, holy shit.
This is really funny. Iris, is she even listening?
Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but...
He's the one singing? I thought it was like a record!
Would you be kind enough to explain the situation?
Well, that worked.
A crooning gentleman and a mute young
No.
girl.
No.
A rather
No,
tantalizing
Shums,
juxtaposition.
do not fucking cast your domain right now, you bastard!
Domain expansion.
No!
And one
God damn it!
that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too.
Mr. Shulms, do you mean?
Domain expansion.
Alright. Here we
Infinite.
go.
You sure you want to just stop?
I can keep going. Especially if the fucking... We have to do potentially 2 parts of a court case next time. And we had a shorter stream last time, so we gotta make up some ground. It's up to you. We can stop now, though, if you want. We pick up here the next time. Your call.
I guess I can power through.
You sure?
Yeah.
No, dude. No pressure.
The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia. Whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris.
She's turned white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter.
By the time the brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray. Do enjoy Herlock Sholm's latest Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game's afoot.
All right, I'll do what we did last time, where I just like speed through the first part of it.
Sure.
I'll just read everything. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. She's like eating something, it looks like. Her cheeks like puffed out. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman, availing himself so thoroughly of the SETI?
That word again.
The seed. As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. It required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. The Asogi papers. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein. That's the fucking kid from last game. No, this game. Oh my god, it's a game ago though, Jesus. The kid that showed up one fucking time during the beginning of the Crystal Tower case?
Yep.
The King of Germany! If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So the identity of the masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Hey, it's that front door shot that we used one time when Wagahai walked through the cat door. Wow. Indeed. His son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. King of Germany. Girl's silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you. Young Iris! But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the king's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? That's a good Sholmes face right there. Ah, yes. We need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite cup, in fact. What the fuck? Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His high-spirited highness broke it in the midst of his high jinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany! And Iris! You tried to conceal it from me!
I think he's onto something with this one.
I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Wow. To hide the coffee cup. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. What is this? Like, he looks dead.
He might be dead.
He looks so dead. Oh, there's a gramophone behind him. Okay. I was gonna say, I'm like, how's he doing that? Damn, Iris got big ass feet.
Her shoe too big for her goddamn feet.
For her goddamn feet. Shoes though. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Let's get on with this shit. Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Miss Susato, do tell. His Royal Highness looks a lot like my dad. Doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Oh. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely not. With you, man, they don't end. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently. The one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany. It was the King of Bohemia. Goodness. Was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. What was the made-up country in Apollo Justice?
I don't remember.
I don't fucking remember. I just remember. Can we watch it one more time? Can we hear the song one more time?
Like Latvia or some shit. I don't know.
I think you're close. Yeah, I did have
Latvia is where Dr. Doom lives, so it's probably not that. Virginia.
Okay. I saw the Bohemia, and I'm like, is that supposed to be that? But then I'm like, is Bohemia real?
There's just no way of knowing.
I don't know anything about the world, my friends. My dear fellows. Oh, I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. Right. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yeah, alright. Let's do it. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. Oh, I'm sorry. My favorite coffee cup is no more. Fuck. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes's logic and reasoning spectacular? All right. Hold it. Hold it, you rat bastard.
King of Germany.
King of Germany, huh? Alright, yes. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Yep. No grasp the English language. As evident by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand. Please. The answer, of course, Iris is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. So what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stock still the entire time. And if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah. So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. Yep. It's that. Please just let me... I probably have to examine it. Wait, this is a gramophone. Still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But machines singing! That can't be right! Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too. Ah, it's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer.
Naruhodo, this is how the last game ended.
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone.
Indeed! For no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call.
Gotta have a good time. People sing folk songs. What the fuck are you talking about?
In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious.
Yes. Ah, music seems to have stopped now.
I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah.
Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish?
Kinda liked it. How should I know?
Well, never mind. On with the deduction.
Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly in the SETI? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particular whatever. He wanted some letters, don't care. Oh, they should let you skip this. The King of Germany. Well, if my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belonged to the King of Germany.
Literally a Sogi's mask.
Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Scholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotz? The boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me. Or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know, because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
Take that!
The mask belongs to Cosmos Ogi. Yeah, the mask belongs to Cosmos Ogi.
In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable.
Only you could try to make that sound positive. Cosmo's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now.
But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance. Gently lift the mask and peer beneath it.
Who could have known? I
don't see, now this man's more incognito.
I don't believe it. Ah! Father? The fuck are you doing here? Father. Hmm?
I'm afraid, Mr. Sato, you must be
No, I think not, Mr. Scholmes.
Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. Eugene Mikotoba is the king of Bohemia.
yeah. No, he gets the country even more wrong.
This mysterious visitor.
Is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotoba. Iris, you knew this. Logic and reasoning? Or just looking and saying? Does Iris have like the sip of the knockout tea in her mouth and she hasn't disposed of it yet? Is that what's happening? All right, which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. So that's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know. I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. I guess just the metal chest, yeah?
Yeah.
Open.
Take that!
Okay, cool. I'm not examining shit. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest.
An excellent observation. For upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times. Just now, the catch is open.
Huh, that's crazy. Wait, you opened it, Iris?
That's where the hound was. You released him. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. Simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need open this chest.
That I know all the contents of.
Here we go.
No! Hurley, don't! Oh! Oh!
Holy shit. Mr. Schultz!
I fucking kneel.
He's dead!
He's dead!
Holy shit!
Look at that pile of man meat. Whoa! Wow. I mean, all of his ribs are broken. I think he's dead. Did you see the force of that fucking thing?
Moments later, a new Schultz walks in.
Yeah, the onion falls down the staircase. Oh, man. Never! Oh, Hurley. I told you not to open it.
Holy shit.
So you found your voice now, Iris. Ah! In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Schultz, isn't it? Yeah, now that he's fucking gone. Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. Wow, I like that. I like how you said that. Thanks. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type. So, you mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before. Despite that knowing point of the finger before.
Okay.
Miss Usato. Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh. Well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. key.
Take that!
From you. Give me it. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Oh. But Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. Oh! That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt, the key to the chest. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear, thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. And lands sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. This is really fucking funny. Those fucking faces they're making. That's the Aranika. That's classic right there. You haven't heard that name in a while, have you?
No, but I think about it every day.
It's incredible. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. Oh my god. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what was inside and didn't take anything off of it, apparently. What? The mask was flung into the air, just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. The teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger.
Holy shit.
This did not happen. There's no way. You mean to say that the stylish scarf
It's the tablecloth, yeah.
is actually just a tablecloth?
That's funny.
This is the great detective's office, after all. A place of miraculous deductions. Aww. Would you expect anything less? Yes. You're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for all of us?
Objection!
Oh my god.
An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo.
He fucking slowed down time just now.
Yeah, he can do that. We saw him do it last time. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance.
Mr. Sholmes!
If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris. Clearly you're hiding a great secret.
She is? From the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet.
So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup.
Oh, that's funny. We didn't actually do everything. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide that broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here. One final time, then.
Something under the plate? Yeah.
Oh, yep.
But I've read the case file of you.
You were attempting to abscond with that case file.
Iris,
Ow.
as you know very well,
Nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
And his lawyer that does everything for him. Right. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today.
Whoa.
And Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Put her back.
Clint Van Zeeks. Yes, I do seem to recall. That some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris?
You mean, it was you, Iris? Those papers you have there. I'm sorry. Forgive me! Great, we made her cry. Jones, you fucking asshole. You're not off the hook. I know this kind of clears you a little bit, but fuck you still, man. I hate you.
Elementary.
Clownementary.
In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes. I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing. Your father's writing. What do you really mean? Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about.
For interrupting, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, what is it?
I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Ah! But father!
Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest.
And also, why was he
Mr.
snooping?
Naruhodo,
Yes.
would you be so kind as to lend me your bed? We must do our
Lend
very
him your
best
bed.
to make him... Lend him your bed. We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I. I'm not doing anything.
No. I can manage alone. There's 20 of me after all.
Yeah.
Thank you. You have your tea to enjoy.
There's a second Sholmes that got like false alarmed into existence.
Yeah,
He has to go kill it before it becomes strong enough to fight him.
This is my homunculus, whose soul We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew.
Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. Thunk, thunk, thunk. I wonder Perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely?
No, he's going to kill Professor Mikotobo.
We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. Find out what's going on. Yeah, Daddy. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes. And that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Let's not forget she has degrees. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out.
What?
Really?
Okay.
Daddy's name. Oh. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he made about his work with Hurley. Then one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out, is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. The autopsy report. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting. I thought to myself, because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. Just come back. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to look at it in there. Never mind, you couldn't come back. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris. I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. May I read it?
I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault.
Really?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize. I promise. No, you should give it to me.
Yes. We'll go together, I think.
Then let me look after it until we get there. Yeah, let me get my hands on that thing real quick. Let me just let me get a little look.
So they successfully put the doubt in my mind, though. I'm now like, maybe he wasn't her dad. She just got this mixed up because of like a signature.
I'm gonna head out, Joe.
Later. Autopsy report. Coroner John H. Wilson. Victim. Clint Van Zeeks, male, age 33, nationality British. Time of death, the 31st of May, between 9 p.m. and midnight. Observations. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds. Indicative
of a
duel.
Which
Additional notes. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. But no document and corresponding ink was found. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document.
He was writing something in red ink,
or it was poison. We don't know what this was. No document and corresponding ink was.
Yeah.
No. I'm sorry. I thought it said no document of the corresponding ink was found. No document in the corresponding ink was found.
Because your two right fingers get ink on them when you're writing. Right, what they're saying. But it's like we didn't find a thing written in red ink. Yeah.
No, we were handed something in black ink, in fact. With the alleged papers from Caden, from Barry.
Well, I mean, those would have been Cosmos anyway. This is Van Zeek's autopsy, yeah?
God, yes, you're right. Sorry. Yeah. I was thinking this was like, I was thinking about the only thing of note that had been written were the papers we got from Caden. But yes, you're right. Still. Scarlet Red. Okay. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body.
Huh? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Fatally stabbed in a duel.
A duel?
He had just written something.
And he wasn't, like, beaten up? Is what the final thing implies?
No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Am I supposed to believe that this man had died from something else and then was stabbed? You telling me a heart stab's not trauma?
So I think it's more so like, I read this as like he didn't have like broken bones or internal bleeding, like he got beaten up.
There was no poison that corroded his insides or something.
Yeah, or like he wasn't hit by a car. You know what I mean? Like it's
vital evidence recover. Right. So vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. We don't know what that vital evidence is. They just noted there was vital evidence. Okay. It didn't really give us as much as what we were. Well, we got the dual aspect of it, which is fascinating.
Yeah. No internal trauma, which is weird that that's noted, but okay. But then, like, the vital evidence is like, what fucking vital evidence are they talking about? Like,
well, they gotta leave something for the courtroom.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like it boggles the mind what it could possibly fucking be. Like, it's an autopsy, like not a. I don't know.
Let's go and walk my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes?
Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Huh?
He signed it, but, yeah.
Sorry, do we have, like, Mikotoba's signature somewhere or something weird like that? Because he would have been there too, right?
He was in fact the other guy working.
Yeah.
He wrote up the report probably while Wilson operated.
What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
Iris was the secret Japanese.
No, is Iris the secret Japanese? Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's!
Barok Van Zeke knew! When we saw him at the prison earlier, he said, "You Nipponese!"
Fuck!
He could tell!
Sato, you have a secret sister! What the? My brain full of fuck. What is happening? What? Professor Mikotoba's? Sholmes, our guardian angel or greatest devil. What the fuck is going on, dude?
Indeed. It's true. And now you know. My dear fellows.
Dude, like... No. I don't know anything. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind, it's just too extraordinary to believe. Please. You have to explain.
No, I don't think I will.
The autopsy report writing.
Oh.
This autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then. But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely.
Not possible. My dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Great Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged?
Of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science.
And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes.
The broken cup on the ground makes Sholmes look like he has a little dog tail. You see it? You see it?
Yeah, I know, I see it.
I'll lick your face.
Which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
Right, like, we always assumed that the Hound of Baskervilles was in Mikotoba's estate because Wilson was visiting, not because he wrote it.
Oh my god.
Fuck! Fuck! In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. The report from the autopsy of the professor's final victim. It's signed by Dr. John H. Wilson, who carried out the procedure, though Professor Mikotoba actually penned the report. Jesus fucking Christ.
And here's the thing. Earlier, Mikotoba said to us that he was pretty sure John Wilson wasn't Sholmes' partner.
Right. That's true. Thinking about it.
Yeah.
Most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction.
Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure.
So what about the supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not?
You've come straight to the point, I see.
Please come straight, and please come straight to the answer.
I'll never come straight. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely.
So where's your partner now? How many more shoes are gonna drop here?
We rarely meet. You see...
Okay, yeah, it's...
He lives on the other side of the world.
Right? And like, the Wilson red herring. But if this autopsy report, the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, then there would only be one logical conclusion.
Pray, impress me.
Your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father.
Word, Mr. Naruhodo.
On my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes?
You are coming along wonderfully.
Oh god, the grooming.
You have hit upon the method at last. You have finally grasped the art of deduction.
You mean to say...
Allow me to introduce you. To my great friend and partner, Mikotoba.
Professor Mikotoba? Sholmes and Mikotoba. Yeah, close enough. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self. Eugene Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. All of us, really. I must say, though, my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver, as the greatest mystery of all.
I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me. When was it again, Mikotoba?
16 years ago, Sholmes.
Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago.
I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price.
The rents are devilishly high in that particular area. Mikotoba had to prostitute himself.
And I was also a streetwalker at the time.
That's how Iris came to be.
Wow. Damn, Iris. God let you have two dads? That's right. So I decided I needed someone to share lodgings in the expense. I was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation.
I was a callow fellow back then. A mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain.
You would have been 18? Yeah. And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. It's lining up, dude. He was there.
No.
He was there for 6 years. He left Scythe pregnant.
He left Scythe pregnant. Wait, with Iris?
Yeah, sure.
I don't think he can be the child of a girl who was born 3 years before he arrived in Britain for Maria.
No, he's not Maria's dad. Did I say that?
Right. Oh, are you thinking Scythe is... Wait, who...
No,
wait,
he was there 16 years ago. He was there for 6 years. Yeah. Iris is 10. I'm just saying, and we don't know who her mom is.
Right. Yeah, okay. Yes.
Yeah. No, Maria's... I'm chewing on this affair angle.
No, I agree. 100% I agree. It's just I said Iris, and then you were like, yeah, sure. Like, as if, like, that wasn't what you were getting at.
Yeah, okay. What a mess we're in currently.
But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves. The Professor killings.
After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances.
So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest.
This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. So are you her dad? Father. Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you are the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is... You know very well what it is.
You fucking know what it is, dog.
The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Ah, of course. I'd done nothing but think about that one. Come on. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. You don't even have to be the dad, right? Like, it could be as simple as orphan on the street that you took care of or something. Whatever, right?
Sure.
And you know, it doesn't have to be Scythe, who's the mom. It could just be anyone. That was just some woman, right? But come on. Iris's father. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
Right. So it all just could be a lie as well. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. Oh.
On my word, Mr. Sato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
What? What? Amico Toma doesn't even know. He's like, wait, what? What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris. Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice cold stare. No! Now hold on a minute. Ugh. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really. You've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man.
Get him, Susato.
Why are you wearing that now?
For protection. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows.
I just don't feel quite right talking about shit like this without my gear on.
Yeah.
But Mr. Sholmes? When did he get all dressed up?
Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotopa and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
Fuck you, tell me. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. It's bowling night! So get your coat, Mikotopa. The game is afoot.
He's just been waiting to party with his bro.
They're
They're just gonna go find crime. They just have to do it, man.
It's been 10 fucking years.
But Sholmes... I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think.
Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. We gotta go beat up criminals.
You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all of this? Father, please, go with Mr. Sholmes now. But I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you. Completely. Susato. and sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together. It's more than I could have ever hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then. We'll speak again later. Come on, dude, come on!
So, I do believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow.
Yes, Naru. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. A decision about whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed
Yeah!
were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Okay. Okay. So,
Okay.
right. This is what I was expecting to happen, because as I checked, this is incredibly unconventional what's happening here.
This is the end of episode 4. Yeah,
They have
okay.
opted to split the final case of the game into 2 episodes.
I was gonna say, there's like, I'm like,
Fine.
how is this not the final case of this game? Like, I'm like,
Fine.
my brain's... Yeah, okay.
Fine. Because when I checked the guide for this game to see how the pacing was, I saw that the 4th case ended on an investigation. So when he just started talking there, I'm like, okay, we're getting that end. Now, we are going to call it for tonight and start tomorrow. But the final case of this game
Holy fucking shit.
is called The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Which is fucking
my-
incredible.
That is...
Yeah. Well, I have to hit the back button here.
Oh,
And look at it. Nothing else. Final chapter. Not episode 5. Final chapter. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
holy shit. I'm getting pumped.
I'm pretty pumped. We will be back tomorrow for this one, and then we'll do it Thursday also. Take a break Wednesday, and then we won't be available Friday. And then we'll, depending on where we end up in the next 2 days, maybe we take like Saturday to finish it or something, or we just come back on Monday and not stress it like we have been. All right. I still have to hit. Does this take me back to the title screen? Yes. Okay. Thanks for sticking around for a long one. Sorry for the technical issues. We'll see you all tomorrow. Oh, let me get Emma back up there. Which one's Emma? I didn't mean to click that. I did not mean to click that. I'm sorry, everyone. Good night.